If you haven't already, please do subscribe to this channel and press the notifications bell icon. This really helps us bring more guests to the show and have the platform to spread wisdom. Thank you and enjoy the podcast.
Thank you, Sarvapriyananda ji, for coming onto the podcast. It's really an honor. I wanted to start talking about a topic that I heard you talk in a lecture you gave recently. It was in regards to consciousness and consciousness studies. You were saying that you believe that as time moves forward, only more and more kind of studies, theoretical and practical, will be coming and booming in regards to the science side of consciousness studies. You were also saying that science and religion, spirituality, they have different perceptions and perspectives in regards to consciousness. And the reason I really want to talk about this is because a lot of people, especially in the Western culture, as you were saying, they have the perception that consciousness and the mind are one. But that's not the same in spirituality, in religion, and Vedanta. So could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, first of all, Aryan, thanks for having me under the tree. Here we are under the tree.
Yep.
I really like this one.
Oh, thank you. My mom designed it, so
it's beautifully done.
She's great. Yeah.
Yes, it's wonderful to be meeting with you once again. And you're right. There are these different perspectives on consciousness, and you're right that in the West, and why just the West? The modern perspective on consciousness and mind, they regard them as one and the same thing. The words consciousness and mind are used interchangeably. You often see consciousness, mind, intelligence being used interchangeably. And there's a good reason for that. The reason for that is when we introspect, when we look within ourselves, we feel aware, we have thoughts, we have emotions, we have memories, we have desires, we have pleasure, and we have suffering. We have waking, dreaming, sleeping. All of these seem to be, a first-person internal experience. So it's sort of natural to regard them as being the same thing, sort of. And that's how, if one doesn't think too deeply about it, it's natural to take mind, intelligence, awareness, consciousness as a kind of a bundle. But in Indian philosophy, in Indian spirituality from ancient times onwards, the distinction between consciousness and mind was very clear. In ancient Sankhya, yoga philosophy, for example, the body is something that is, first person, and we all experience it as a third person also. That it's everybody sees this as a physical object. The mind is something that we all experience internally. Each of us is experiencing our own thoughts, emotions, memories, our personality internally. And that which enables us to experience the body and the mind, that one is consciousness. This is a subtle distinction, but it is a clear distinction. You see, one very good, elegant way of understanding the distinction between mind and consciousness is whatever you can experience is an object. By definition, object is that which appears to the subject. You are the subject, and the world is your object. But so is the body. The body is also an object to us. We experience it. We are experiencing it right now. All of us do. And then go be a little more subtle, look inwards. Sensations. Warmth and cold. And if you have an itch, if you have a cough, those sensations are also objects because they are being experienced. Color and form and sound, smell, taste. These are also objects. They are also being experienced. Make it even more deep. If you go even deeper, deeper means subtler. We have thoughts, we have memories, but they are also objects. Even our thoughts and feelings, emotions, those are also objects. So whatever is an object is something that's appearing to the subject. And in the way we think in Indian philosophy, in yoga, in Sankhya, and many other schools, the subject is consciousness. And whatever appears to it is an object. That means even the mind. By mind, I mean thoughts, memories, ideas. Those are appearing to you. Therefore, they are all objects and they are not consciousness. So this is how we distinguish between mind and consciousness. There are many other aspects to it. Usually, the subject, you or I or whoever is watching this, we all, before we reflect upon it, we see ourselves as a bundle. Body, I am this, sensations, memories, personality, and awareness. Yeah, if you insist there is something called awareness, yes, there is. All of it, we take it as one bundle. We don't investigate this. Yeah, what Sankhya, Yoga, Vedanta, they investigate and try to understand consciousness and mind separately.
Wow. Okay. Now that you're talking about like the physical body and the physical form, I wanted to touch a topic of cryogenics, just because I don't know if you've seen some of the documentaries, some of the reels people have been making these days. I mean, obviously it's a lot of the, wealthy people that are kind of doing this, but you see people are actually freezing themselves, right? They're putting themselves in kind of like a chamber or whatever, and in the hopes that decades later, maybe centuries later, they can be, for lack of better words, defrosted. But in hopes that, maybe their physical diseases, maybe cancer or anything, there might be a cure for it, right? In the hopes that, as technology advances through time. I wanted to talk to you about that because I've talked to some other people who have said that it's possible, right? That the body does not completely die and the body can be resurrected. So that's very interesting. But then I wanted to get your point of view, because I feel like a lot of people are curious about this, and I feel like it's important to let them know not only what the ethical choice is, but even if it's logical or practical at all, right?
I've heard of it, and it seems to be an in thing now, something that people, super rich people, especially in Silicon Valley and other places, are trying to do. The whole goal seems to be to live forever, or at least live, with a young and healthy body for a very, very long time. It's interesting that you should bring this up because a few years ago, I got an offer from Hollywood. Somebody
Wow.
called me.
Hollywood.
Somebody called me and said, "How would you like to be in a film with William Shatner?"
Oh, okay.
And I said, yes, because we grew up as kids in India in our generation. We had just this one or two American serials on Indian TV, on Doordarshan. And one of them was Star Trek. So as kids in our generation, we grew up with Captain Kirk. William Shatner as Captain Kirk, the captain of the Enterprise. And so, yes, I said, all right, I want to be with William Shatner in a film or something, in a documentary. So there is a documentary, I think it's called The Unknown or something like that. It's on History Channel. It's on American TV anyway. It's a well-known series. And in the second season, one episode was The Secret of the Yogis.
Oh, okay.
And what they were interested in was, how do yogis live so long? So exactly this project, they said that a lot of people, some of them are trying to freeze themselves so that the body can live longer and maybe resurrect them then when the technology is advanced enough to rejuvenate them, cure diseases and stuff like that. And what would be the perspective from an Indian spiritual viewpoint? So in the interview, I said, look, you are immortal already. The body dies, but you're not the body. The whole attempt to save the body desperately at any cost is because we are not even investigating the possibility of whether we are really just this body. Is that all that there is? Or are we something more than this? Did we exist before this body came? And right now, are we something more than this body? And will we continue to exist after this body is gone? And every religion, every spiritual tradition, in fact, every religion on earth has this one thing in common, that death is not the end. Death is not the end. Physical death is not the end. So, yes, whether the body itself can live for a long time, I mean, I don't know much about it. I mean, everybody in India knows the story of Trailanga Swami, who was in Banaras, one of the famously long-lived yogis. He's supposed to have lived, there's sufficient documentation actually, which goes to show that he lived a pretty long time. He probably lived for 280 years. So I told the story of Trailanga Swami. But I emphasized the fact that we actually do not die at the death of the body. And we go on from lifetime to lifetime. It's not just Vedanta. Every Indian spiritual tradition says that. In fact, every religion says that we do survive the death of the body. But multiple lifetimes, multiple bodies, this is something that our spiritual traditions, Indian spiritual traditions stress. Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism. So that's what I said to them. When they finally put it on air, I saw the clips. So they had the story of Trailanga Swami and the yogis living for a long time, but the Vedanta part of it and the spiritual, philosophical part of it, they cut out. I don't think they are particularly interested in that. But yeah, to answer your question directly, the human body is clearly an amazing biological machine. So is it possible to freeze it and resurrect it and make it again alive after decades or centuries? In principle, why not? But my question would be, why? Why take all that trouble? Take a little bit of trouble to investigate what we are. Are we truly, other than the body, can we truly transcend the body? The evidence of all spiritual philosophies and any number of spiritual masters across the centuries and millennia. Why turn a blind eye to that? Why take this enormous trouble and painful process and who knows, an uncertain future of trying to live in a frozen body? Yeah, not just freezing yourself in cryogenics. There are other things. So even crazier stuff like, uploading your personality into the cloud or something like that.
Oh yeah, there's a show called Upload on Amazon Prime that literally it says that there's going to be artificial not an artificial intelligence, but a virtual
reality
afterlife,
virtual afterlife.
Upload. Yeah.
Well, all religions are here to tell us you don't need to have a virtual afterlife. You have a real afterlife. So yeah, spend a little time investigating this. Then you'll see this whole effort might be, it's worthwhile to explore that. There might be medical implications. There might be spin-offs which are beneficial to people around the world. But in the long run, I think the spiritual investigation, that's the path to go. And that's something that everybody can do.
Yeah, no, beautifully said. I liked how you touched on the topic of kind of like elaborating on that front, because even like I kind of have thought about that a lot, like a lot of these shows, whether you watch like these vampire shows or whatever, it shows a lot of times that people that have immortality and are even living for thousands of years, they're not happy. People think that immortality is going to give them happiness, right? And this made me think a lot, but when you see, I know it's obviously their shows, they're fiction, but you kind of get an understanding, because the fact that death is the ultimate truth gives a value to life, right? And that's my personal understanding, that because we know that there is an end, we try to cherish, at least we should cherish every moment. There's something called love, right? If you watch these shows, they've been living on thousands of years. I mean, how many partners are you going to have? They might die. I mean, some people, like, it's going to have its own issues. Immortality isn't
exactly
the answer. Yeah.
If the immortality, the way it is, the people are conceiving of it as freezing the body and resurrecting it all over again, it's basically they're trying to prolong what's going on right now. Now, if I'm not happy with things right now, if I prolong it 100 years or 500 years into the future, I won't be happy with it. They say, it is a nice saying that, repeating the same thing and expecting a different outcome, that's the very definition of insanity. So, you want to do the same thing. Why would you think you would feel any better about it 500 years later? Unless the inner person is transformed. And if the inner person is transformed, that's what spirituality wants to do. Vedanta or Buddhism or any of the traditions. If the inner person is transformed, then then this very life, you'll have a different perspective on this very life. Maybe right now where I'm unhappy, I could actually be much happier.
Yeah, no, very well said. Now that we're talking about this topic, I wanted to kind of touch the idea of reincarnation, just because not only because it's written throughout scriptures or religions, different religions, but also because science has a totally different perspective on it. But that being said, you also see all these documentaries and stuff where people are getting these near-death experiences, and lots of kids, 6 years old, 5 years old, or whatever, they're talking about their past life, and there's hour-long, documentaries on it where the father is saying, "I'm not religious, I don't believe in any of this." But then after my son started saying the name of the that he was a pilot or something for the army, and they were doing this and that, and he died like this, he said, I started researching him, and he found that the name that the kid said was exactly true, right? That the way he died was historically recorded in books and on sites and stuff. So I wanted to talk to you about reincarnation to people that not only might not believe it, but the people that are curious about the concept of reincarnation. So please feel free.
Yes, it's one of the axiomatic concepts in Indian philosophy, the idea that we have many lives. It's sort of accepted, except by the materialists, by every school of Indian philosophy, Indian spirituality. They say that we have had many lives. Science denies this because from a completely materialistic perspective, science considers us to be just this body. And it's clear that at physical death, the body surely does die. The body disintegrates. You burn it, or you cremate it, or you bury it, or whatever, it's gone. So if we are just this body, then after death, we are gone. But all religions speak about a soul, something that is more than the body. So when the body dies, there is no particular reason why that should be gone too. Our mind and our consciousness. Now, materialists would say that your mind and consciousness are being generated by the body, by the brain and the nervous system. So when the brain and nervous system are dead, in a dead body, you won't have a mind or consciousness and left. But if that's not so, if the mind consciousness is something independent working through the body-mind, then that opens up the possibility that this mind consciousness could survive potentially the physical death of the body. Now, you talked about evidence. There is, I believe, I haven't investigated this, but I have come across books and reports. I have met people doing research on this. The University of Virginia, I believe, there's been a long-running project to record and archive evidence of survival after death and past life experiences. So they have a huge amount of material, it seems. And I've met people who have done research on this. So there is quite a bit of evidence, actually. The thing is, a hardcore materialist would try to explain away or ignore that evidence. Let me give you a little bit of a reasoning, what we call in Sanskrit yukti. Why would you believe that something survives, that we survive the death of the physical body? The reason is, when we are interacting with people, I'm talking to you, you're facing me and you're looking at me and interacting with me, you clearly feel I'm a person. You don't think that you're interacting just with the body. I also feel I'm not interacting just with the body. There is a conscious being in that body. And this is common sense. Everybody feels that. We all feel that. Why just in human beings? We feel that our pets have, there's a conscious being there. We are not interacting with a dog body or a cat body. We're interacting with this sentient being called a dog or a cat.
Completely makes sense, yeah.
Now, this part is not controversial. Everybody feels that. But the next part is interesting. When the body dies, what gives us the right to think that sentient being is dead? Just because we can't interact with it. We feel that sentient being, that conscious being was there in this body, and now this person is not talking, not listening, not responding, so clearly this person is gone. But if the physical body is dead, that sentient being which was in that physical body wouldn't be able to interact with us anyway if the body is not working anymore. It's like a door has been shut. If the door is shut, the person on the other side of the door can't interact with you. How do you know that? Clearly, medicine tells you that, doctors will tell you that the physical body is dead. But they're not telling you that the sentient being, the conscious being is dead and gone forever. Yeah. It could be that it exists, it's just we are unable to communicate with it. And the clinching piece of reasoning here is, if you were satisfactorily able to explain this mind and consciousness with the help of brain and nervous system, then I would say, yeah, you have a case. When the brain is gone, nervous system is gone, no mind, no consciousness. But that's precisely where consciousness studies is at right now, the so-called hard problem of consciousness, that we are unable to explain. Neuroscientists, consciousness studies experts, we are unable to explain how brain processes produce conscious experiences. Brain processes are neurochemicals. Brain processes are tiny bits of electrical activity in the synapses of our neurons. How is a little bit of electrical activity? How is a little bit of chemical activity? Consciousness. How is it a person? There's a gap. And until you explain literally how the brain is producing consciousness, if it is at all producing consciousness, until that time there remains a clear possibility that the consciousness and mind are not literally the brain, and when the brain and the body are dead, that could still be existing. Then you bring together all this experience of past lives, all that evidence which is coming, and it seems more and more possible. And the entire culture, I find it frankly difficult to believe that all these religions across the world, including the first peoples, and the Aborigines and the tribal societies in India and in other parts of the world, and all our major world religions, all of them say that something exists after death. Across all human civilizations, and across time, how could everybody be completely and totally wrong, and only today I, the materialist, am completely right? It seems a bit too much.
No, very well said. And I'm really glad that we're talking about these different, perceptions of science versus spirituality, because I think I was watching one of your lectures where you were talking about something that Vivekananda ji said, where he said that spirituality should be held to the same rigorous regard, rigorous scrutiny as science is, right? As scientific theories are. Now, I wanted to talk to you about that, because when he said that, do you think he also meant, because a lot of, I've talked to some people from a science background, and they constantly say that, look, I'm not saying that this religion isn't helpful, but at the same time, the historical aspect is contradictory to that of what we believe as scientists or from a science background. So when you say that it should be held to that scrutiny, should it be, on the same kind of front, whereas historically as well? Because that contradiction between science, historically speaking, and spirituality is where a lot of people from science background will be like, but that did not happen because this happened at that time. So could you elaborate on that?
Right.
Yeah.
So when Swami Vivekananda says religion should be held to the same rigorous standard of truth as science, he didn't mean all of religion and everything in religion. You see, what you're talking about is religions of the world have said many things about this cosmos, about the universe, about life, which have been clearly proved to be wrong. When science advances, we find we understand more about the universe, more about the world around us, and more about our own bodies, and which clearly religion had not got right, or religions of the world had got wrong. And the argument is, if they were wrong about all of that, they're probably wrong about the rest of it also, which mind and consciousness also. So here we must note that there are religions which are faith-based. All religions are they are not science. They are not actually trying to explain the world. At one time, we did not have modern science the way we have it now. And so religion was giving us a worldview. It had something to say about everything. And some of those things were like fairy tales, some of them were like unexamined beliefs, or some of them were some things that religions said, I'm talking about religions across the world, were just the best that human beings could come up with at that particular time. And if they're superseded by science, as they have been, I think we have a duty to accept and understand and value what science says. And not hold on to something just because it's tradition. Not hold on to something just because an old book says it. Not hold on to something just because it's old and ancient. It might be nice as part of our culture, but if science has told you different now, then don't take that as the truth. Take science as the truth. And science also is going to evolve, and we are going to find out more and more things. But here, let me introduce something else. There is another approach in religion, especially in Indian traditions, especially in traditions in yoga, Vedanta, Buddhism. Multiple traditions are there in India, where first of all, the purpose was never to explain the external universe. All the theories, all of what these traditions have talked about should be taken as a method, as a path of, they are trying to point out something about ourselves. That you are the Atman, or your pure consciousness, or the emptiness of the apparent self. These are the core truths that these traditions are trying to point out. And I don't see anything in modern science which is either talking about those or has clearly said something different from the core teachings of these particular traditions.
Okay.
In Hindi, there are two words, jano, mano. Jano means to know. Mano means to believe.
Okay.
So mostly religion has been believe it, because the teacher said so, the book said so, the tradition said so, believe it. But these traditions, clearly, I know this for a fact in my own home tradition of Advaita Vedanta. It's a tradition of jano, know it. We'll have to investigate and know for ourselves. And what these traditions teach us, Advaita Vedanta tells you that you are not this limited physical body mind. You are limitless existence consciousness. And they mean something very clear and precise by it, which we can understand right here and right now if we choose to investigate it. Yeah. And that I don't see any scientific discovery contradicting it. Let me bring in, for example, someone, Sam Harris.
Sam Harris, yes.
Who is a very well-known atheist in the United States.
Yes.
He is an implacable critic of religions. He's an atheist. He doesn't believe in what religion says. In fact, he is very critical of religions. But at the same time, he has pointed out that there are at least two traditions, Advaita Vedanta in Hinduism and the Dzogchen Buddhism in Tibetan Buddhism, of which he's aware of, that there is clearly a kernel, a core of truth, which any reasonable person has to admit. So this is your most committed atheist. But at least somebody, not all atheists will accept it. At least this particular atheist also has an open mind about what, and he himself has practiced, and it does practice meditation, and he has explored these traditions with masters in these traditions. And he says, you can't deny it. There is truth there.
Yeah, I think you did a podcast recently with Sam
Harris. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that went well?
It went well, and I was ready for him to be combative about it, but he was more interested in comparing the Advaita traditions and the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, so the discussion was more or less limited to that. We kept it at that, and he was very respectful and very interested.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of his videos. He's like an atheist, but he has a very spiritual side at the same time, which is very good. Because to people that are in the process, to people that are in the process to kind of and curious about spirituality and religion, but at that point are either agnostic or atheist, it's really good to get someone who has a spiritual side to give them answers to their curiosity. So it's very good what he's doing as well.
Right. It gives a lot of people the permission, internal permission, to be scientific and spiritual at the same time.
Exactly. No, very well said. Took the words right out of my mouth. Now I wanted to do, because we are talking about science, about the differences between science and spirituality, I wanted to talk about mental illness and This is after I watched one of your lectures where you discussed about mental illness, and you were discussing about, I believe it was not only like not just about mental illness, but you were talking about mystical experiences, and how if you like, there is truth to the fact that lots of I think it was APA or something you said invited you or something, and psychologists and therapists, they do agree that, look, we might not believe in these religious texts or the facts that the religions are saying, but you can't deny the fact and the data, right, that religion, spirituality in general allows one to either experience mental illness a little bit less, or people that are religious and spiritual can cope with mental illnesses better. Now, that being said, I wanted you to elaborate on that mental illness spectrum, because I feel like, at least in New York and in the Western culture, mental illness is a big deal, right? Even for me personally, I struggled with the existential depression myself. There was a period of time where I kind of started questioning a lot of things, right? Not in just religion and spirituality, but in life as well, right? And I was in the process of really getting into spirituality, where it's like, okay, I'm not the body, right? But then that kind of made me feel like, wow, you know what? If I'm not the body, then what am I, right? And being an actor, being an artist, a singer, being having to produce content that will be looked at by the public, right? You kind of wonder, where like, okay, then what is the point, right? And that's what kind of messed up with my head, right? I was like, wow, what's the point of even acting and pretending to be these characters and just spreading more dishonesty? Because a lot of the roles you're portraying as an actor, they're just kind of telling stories which most of the time are dark. A lot of the times are not giving positive messages, right? There was a time where I played a cocaine dealer in a film, and I think I met you during that time. I had that crazy blonde hair, right? Now that part that's out of the picture now, but so that kind of like, it kind of takes a toll on your identity, and identity is a very big kind of subject in throughout the world, not just Western, because a lot of the time mental illness, depression comes from that struggle with identity. And for me, spirituality kind of helped me in that realization of identity. So could you please elaborate on that whole concept, not just for me, but because I feel like some people that might be watching this, because a lot of people that are struggling through mental illnesses, they kind of sometimes start to rely on spirituality because they're curious, right? Not about themselves, about the meaning of life, about truth, right? So for them, at least, if anybody's gotten to this point of the video, it means that they really are seeking answers, right? So if you can just kind of shed light on the concept of mental illness and what one can do about it, about identity, that'd be really nice. Yeah.
Yes, what you're referring to, I got this really interesting invitation from the American Psychiatrist Association, APA. Yeah, it's the most powerful body of psychiatry in the United States, in the world, I would say. And they have their headquarters in Washington, D.C. They invited people, leaders, faith leaders, religious leaders for a conference. So leaders of different religions and psychiatrists. And these are some of the top psychiatrists in the United States. I didn't know at that time that there were these two bodies. One is the American Psychology Association, another one is the American Psychiatry Association. Both of them are called AP, and both of them have their headquarters in Washington, D.C., and close to each other. And they intensely dislike each other. I didn't know that. But anyway, it was interesting. At one point, one of the leaders of a church asked this question. Look, you guys, psychiatrists, they've always been traditionally, they've been hostile to religion. They've often looked at religion as a pathology, as a kind of a mental illness itself. So why are you calling us now? And that's when what you said, one of the psychiatrists said this, what you just mentioned, that it's not that we are saying we are trying to promote religion, or we are saying that we believe in religion all of a sudden. No, but it's a fact. You can't argue with the data. You cannot argue with the facts. And the data is telling us that those who have deep, genuine connection with religion, they are less susceptible to mental illness, or if they do get mental illness, they are more resilient. They recover better. They handle it much better. So, and that was the reason they had called faith leaders. Yes, from a Vedanta perspective, just as the body can get illness, the mind too can get illness. As I just said, the body is an object for you. You see the body as an object. And you see the mind also. In that case, the mind is also an object. The problem is, in our popular culture and in science, in psychology, philosophy of mind, we tend to regard ourselves as the mind. We don't say we may say my mind, but what we say, we feel that I am the mind. So these thoughts, these emotions are who I am. But Vedanta tells us, Sankhya tells us, that if you are aware of your feelings, if you are experiencing your feelings, if you're experiencing your memories, if you're experiencing your thoughts, ideas and desires, then they are all objects. Just like this table and this chair and this cloth are objects, this body is an object too, to you, the consciousness. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas, positive and negative, they are also objects. They are all appearing to the same consciousness, right? If that's an object, that's what's called in Vedanta, it's called a subtle body, Sukshma Sharir, subtle body. So just as the physical body can get illness, subtle body also can get illness. Just as you would then extend the idea of medicine, you would treat the physical body's illness with medicine, with proper diet and rest and so on. Exactly like that, you would take a course of treatment for mental illness. Take the help of a psychiatrist, take the help of a counselor, take the help of meditation, of devotion, of surrender. So spiritual and psychological means of helping us to overcome mental illnesses are most welcome. Why not? We have a stigma on mental, as if there's something terribly wrong with it. If physical illness is something that needs to be cured, so does mental illness. It needs to be cured. One needs to deal with it. You are not it. If there is mental illness, there's nothing wrong with you, because from a Vedantic perspective, you are that one same pristine, changeless, ever-shining awareness. If the body is healthy, good, you are the same awareness. If the body is unhealthy, all right, you're still the same awareness. If the mind is peaceful, you're the same awareness. The mind is restless, you're still the same awareness. The awareness has not become restless. It's the thoughts and emotions which have become turbulent.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, and we find, though the purpose of yoga, the purpose of meditation, of devotion, of jnana and knowledge, philosophy is not, the target is not to cure mental illness, the target is enlightenment, but it has the very welcome effect of helping us through these ups and downs in life.
Wow. And I really like the fact that you touched base on the treatment side of things, that if someone is going through mental illness, treatment is something that, that's what you go for. That's what the doctor will tell you, or the therapist would tell you. Now, I actually spoke to Sadhvi Bhagwati-ji. I don't know if you know who she is.
Yes.
From Paramat Niketan.
We have met.
Oh,
she visited us at the Vedanta Society recently at New York.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I think she was in New York. Yeah. That's great. No, I did a podcast with her in Rishikesh a couple months ago. I think it might have been almost a year ago. But I asked her the same question, and I wanted to ask you as well, just because I feel like people that aren't that might be watching or come across this video that aren't just like asking questions completely about spirituality, but are going through mental illnesses and just want to know that why, because a lot of times this happens. Now, medicines, and let's say for example antidepressants, right, Bupropion or something, sometimes it always doesn't work, right? It's not like it's a complete cure. And a lot of people are still struggling because they're like, oh my God, man, I don't know what my life is. I can't do anything about this. Okay, I got Bupropion, the doctor said this, let me take it. 1 month passes, 2 months passes. Then they're like, why don't I feel better? So in that aspect, when I asked Sadhvi Bhagwati ji, she said she didn't completely radical say no to medication. She's like, okay, you can take it, but she said you should not be dependent on it, and you should also go to spirituality for answers. So could you also elaborate on that for people that are either curious or going through mental illnesses and want to know why the medicines are not working and what else they can do to kind of feel better about themselves and bring meaning to their life,
Right. You're right, there's a crisis around the world, especially in the United States. I was watching a talk by Jonathan Haidt, a very well-known psychologist, and he gave a talk about mental illness in the universities in America now. In Gen Z, he was saying it's up to nearly 30%. This is incredible. There's 30% of university students in the United States are reporting some kind of mental illness, some form of it. Now, the response often has been over-medication. Sudden reliance on just to take a pill and it'll be all right. Well, you take a pill, it might be a little better at best. It will not be all right. Because the roots of mental illness are ultimately in philosophical confusion and spiritual darkness. So you have to throw spiritual light on your life. It has to make sense. You have to have a deep sense of spiritual well-being. From that flows mental well-being. In Vedanta, for example, we talk about the 5 layers of the human personality. So there's the physical layer. This is this body, which is called the Annamaya Kosha, which literally means something that's produced, modified from the food that we eat, the water that we drink. That becomes this body. Then we have a subtler level called the pranic level, called the Pranamaya Kosha.
Pranic level, okay.
Then we have a mental level, emotions, thoughts, memories. That's called the mind level or the Manomaya. Then we have an intellect level, which is the Vijnanamaya. And our identity, our understanding of life, about the world, about ourselves, it's all there. And then we have a deeper spiritual self called the Anandamaya, the bliss level, Anandamaya, the bliss sheath. But that's not our real spiritual self also. The ultimate spiritual self, our real nature, is beyond all these five levels. So that's the pure consciousness, the Atman. That's what Vedanta talks about. Now, why I'm saying this is, problems at a subtle level will always become manifest at a more physical or more gross level. If I have spiritual darkness, if I have philosophical confusion about who I am, what I am, it will be manifest that's at the level of the Vijnanamaya. That will be manifest at the level of the Manomaya's mental illness. That will be manifest at the level of the Pranamaya as actual physical illness. And then come to the physical level and manifest itself as various kinds of problems in the body. So, the roots of illness lie very deep. And the roots of wellness, the solutions also, you have to go deep. So, yes, at one level, take the help of medicine. Better than medicine is counseling. Especially in the United States right now, there's something as part of psychological counseling which I really like. It's called CBT, Cognitive Behavior Therapy. They are actually using it to help college students now. And then you have to go even deeper, which is at a philosophical and spiritual level. Change your concept of who am I, what am I? I'm not just this body, I'm a spiritual being. I'm not even this mind, I'm a spiritual being. I'm the witness of the mind. I'm the witness of the mind when it is well, and I'm the witness of the mind when it is unwell. Yes, it's very natural. When you have physical illness, there are a lot of things that we cannot do. It incapacitates us. Similarly, even to a greater degree, as you said, when there is mental restlessness and unhappiness and anxiety, it will incapacitate us even more. But what Vedanta tells you, first of all, relax. You, not the body, not the mind. You, the witness of body-mind, you are still fine. None of this can touch you. You were fine before this episode. You will be fine after this episode. And amazingly enough, during the episode also, you are fine. Imagine the sky. There's a bright blue sky. And then storm clouds come. There's thunder and lightning or dust storm or whatever. But the space is not affected. The Akasha, where the clouds come and go. When there are no clouds, it's bright and blue, same Akasha. When the clouds come and seem to cover it all up and there's thunder and lightning and storm, same Akasha. The Akasha is not affected by the storm. Similarly, you, the consciousness, the spiritual self, you are not affected by either physical illness or mental illness. But yes, we need to deal with it. And the reason we need to deal with it is unless we are well, physically well and mentally well, we cannot progress either in our worldly lives or in our spiritual life. There's a saying, Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam, well-known saying in Sanskrit, which says the body is the first, is the primary instrument for dharma. So you have to keep the body healthy and functional. So also, even more so the mind. Yeah. So to sum it up, take the help of psychiatry, take the help of medicine. But more than that, the counseling, things like CBT, that helps more. More than that, the spiritual and philosophical paths, like what you find in Vedanta, in yoga, in Buddhism, they will work at a deeper level than the pill. The pill works at the physical level. It affects the serotonin and the dopamine and stuff like that in our nervous system, in our brain. And so, in a certain gross way, they can help a little bit. But the deeper levels of the mind, sense of meaninglessness, sense of being harassed by our own mind, that will not go away until we change our idea of who am I and what is this mind.
Wow. Thank you so much. I might just say something to the camera here. For anybody that has come to this point of the video and might be struggling with some sort of mental illness or is having and feeling a sense of meaningless, I'm just here to tell you from a personal experience that this is not the end, okay? Of course, if you are thinking of harming yourself, please contact the suicide helpline. I will ask my team to note down in the description the suicide helpline for India, America, and we'll try to see if we can put other countries as well. As Swamiji was saying, do try to seek a therapist if you can. If you're taking pills, that's fine, but you can seek a therapist and you can go for therapy. There's lots of different forms here, so please take care of yourself. I'm here. If you have any other questions, you can contact me. So yeah, don't lose hope, and just be here within yourself. Thank you. Now that that's been said, I did want to get into something a little bit deeper because we are talking about a lot of science, a lot of spirituality. I wanted to discuss something that a lot of people my age, a lot of young guys and girls, they're wondering about the existence of aliens, the existence of life on other planets. Not only that, but because you have so many shows, so many movies and everything talking about the multiverse, right? Different dimensions, parallel universes. People are really curious, and nowadays you're having all these, projects that are talking about, Elon Musk is saying, you know what, it's time to go to Mars, buy land on the moon. All these things are happening that are beyond, beyond the concept of this Earth. So can you shed a little bit of light on these few things that I've said? So people can, yeah.
Aliens. Well,
Aliens, yeah.
We have this thing, when you have a monk or a spiritual person supposed to know everything about everything. But no, yeah, I love aliens. I love science fiction. I grew up reading Isaac Asimov and Arthur C. Clarke and many other. So I love science fiction, as I said.
Same.
Star Trek and Captain Kirk and William Shatner and all of that. Yep. I would be very happy if they were actually aliens and if they turned out to be intelligent aliens, if there were other civilizations across the galaxy and across the universe. Yes, it's entirely possible. There is actually a long-running program called SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And Scientists have been looking for it without much success so far. But it's a very, very big universe. And what the reason why people find it fascinating, I find that reason fascinating.
Okay.
It's always a desire to know the unknown, that there could be very different forms of life, that there could be others, very different forms of intelligence also. And this very intuition that we have, that such things could be there, it tells me probably that there is. And if you just look around our world as it is, there are aliens all around us, because the plants and animals which surround us, and I've seen pictures of deep sea fishes and creatures in the depths of the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. They just look like aliens, So it's possible, but from a Vedantic perspective, I would say one thing that would be common to us and all the other aliens, that would be consciousness. To be an alien, you'd have to be a conscious being. So that consciousness would be the same as us. You say, how do you know? Because here we are getting a little bit into philosophy. Consciousness in itself would be attributeless, would be featureless. All features, qualities, attributes belong to objects because we are aware of them. If consciousness had particular characteristics, and if you became aware of them, then they would become objects. They would not be. Characteristics of consciousness. They would be characteristics of some object. So consciousness in itself doesn't have qualities, characteristics. It's what in Sanskrit we call nirguna.
Nirguna. Okay.
Featureless or attributeless. So clearly, aliens would have. It's quite possible they would have tremendously different bodies. It's quite possible they would have tremendously different minds. But the consciousness which would experience those bodies and minds internally in those aliens is the same consciousness which is experiencing bodies and minds here. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, in all sentient beings, there is a knower internally. Right now, we have this knower inside us, which is knowing, experiencing. And then Krishna goes on to say in the Gita, in all beings, there's actually one knower. We think there are different beings, so there are different knowers. It seems to be like that. But he says there's only one knowing consciousness or one illumining consciousness in all beings. He says, I am that one consciousness in all sentient beings, even if they're aliens. I added that. Krishna didn't say it.
No. No, very beautifully said. Because we were talking about all this, I wanted to ask you about, Elon Musk saying going to Mars, right? Buying land on the moon. Not only from like a spiritual side, but also from an ethical side, even from a logical standpoint. Do you think it makes sense to try to inhabit other planets like, or other parts of the universe? Like, do you even think it's logical? And like, from your understanding, is it more about people wanting to commercialize this whole idea of, you know what, you can go to Mars and for the rich, take commercial flights back and forth? Or is it more of like, you don't want to use up all the resources on the planet and it's good for the planet, so we should diversify into other parts of the universes? What's your thought on that?
But take care of the planet first and foremost. I mean, we have only one planet. This pale blue dot in the dark vastness of the universe. But otherwise, why not? From a Vedantic perspective, it's other planets, other solar systems, they're all part of one physical universe. In our old cosmology, from most ancient times, texts like Yoga Vashishta, they talk about multiple worlds, multiple universes, and they are inhabited. There are sentient beings there. And they are interacting with each other. So it's an incredible thing. I mean, there's no science fiction book which I think comes close to the amazing stories that you find in a book like the Yoga Vashishta, for example. Elon Musk, I don't know. I've never met him, though I suspect he might be an alien.
Good one.
Yeah. I really don't have any particular perspective on whether we should colonize Mars or not. I would love it if that happens, and sooner rather than later. But not because we're going to destroy this planet, so let's go to Mars. No, we're going to protect this planet and make it sustainable. And we're going to go to Mars. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Maybe I'm going to go into a topic that's a little bit lighter, although it's still very deep. It might sound simple, but it's something that a lot of people definitely want to talk about, because I feel like a lot of listeners might be, interested in this because it's part of life. I wanted to talk to you about love, right? What, in your understanding, is the definition of true love?
The definition of true love, it has to be characterized by selflessness. Yes. If I am present in love, then it's not true love. It's still love, it's mixed with something else. It's mixed with selfishness. So, the philosopher Arindam Chakravarti is one of the most brilliant philosophers alive today. He commented that he used to teach at Oxford University at one time. So it seems that they have a lane there in the university which is called logic lane. It's a narrow lane. And he says the lane of love is narrow. There's no space for two people there. So there has to be only one person, and it can't be you. If you really love, then it must be the person, the object of your love. It could be a cause, it could be a person, it could be a place, something. Whatever you love, only that must be present. So if you're saying true love, then true love must be selfless. Now, stepping back into the big picture, it's the greatest force that we have. Not just human beings. All of this world, basically our entire society, and animals and plants, and there's this one force which comes at one end as desire leading to procreation and reproduction. I mean, why are there flowers? Why are there birds building nests? It's all the same force. But at the other end of the spectrum, the same force is sublimated into art, into science, and ultimately into spiritual enlightenment. And this whole spectrum, starting from the most physical level, at the human level, at the animal level, at the plant and even microbial level, from that across emotional love, sentimental love, parental love, spousal love, love between friends, love in communities, love in national, international level, altruistic love, love of the abstract, of art, love of intellectuality, going ultimately up to love of God, and finally love itself as the ultimate reality. So this tremendous force, it's a huge spectrum. And at one end, it can be completely selfish. It is. Lots of people that love is completely selfish. But you ask true love, at the other end, it must be completely selfless.
Okay. Wow. No, that's beautifully said. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the entertainment industry, just because there might be some viewers that are interested in that. What's your perspective on content in general? Like, a lot of times there's so many different projects coming through, not only in Hollywood, Bollywood, so many different industries. Do you think movies, films, shows, music even, should it be made with a sense of meaning? Like, do you think people should think the message that it's going to spread before they even make the content? Or, because if you ask a lot of actors and a lot of people from the industry, they'll be like, well, it's art. It's not meant to always teach you something, that there doesn't have to be like a call to action from content. It can be plain entertainment. I wanted to dive into that because that's something there was this movie called Animal in Bollywood that got released. And I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I mean, obviously the actors, they did a great job, but it kind of showcased a lot of masculinity in a negative way, a lot of abuse, guys, men kind of justifying not only marital affairs, but also abuse to multiple women. And although they weren't shown as, picture perfect human beings, what happened was, because of the day of social media, people kind of just create reels pretending to be these characters, right? So you see, if someone is there's a scene where I think Bobby Deol played this character, and he played it very well from an acting point of view. He did a great job in terms of embodying the role, but he kind of calls in a few girls, and then he, abuses them, etc., etc. One thing leads to another. And that scene, which kind of goes like this, and he kind of calls them in, people started making a lot of reels on that and trying to be him. And it got 1 million plus reels. Now, although it's just kind of acting and plain entertainment, one could say that, is that really the message that should be going out on social media, which is being viewed by kids these days, So I would love to know what your take on content overall and the industry is,
It's not something that I've given much thought to. I'll just share an insight from the Gita. When you just say it's just entertainment, it's meant to entertain. What does entertainment actually do for us? It gives us happiness. It gives us joy or pleasure. Now, the Gita points out that there are these two kinds of pleasure. One kind is, it's immediately pleasurable. But over a long period of time, it doesn't nourish you, doesn't do anything for you. In fact, it degrades you. That's one kind of pleasure. That's called rajasic. There's another kind of pleasure, which is not pleasurable right away. You have to make an effort to understand it and cultivate it. And then after some time, you begin to enjoy it. And that over a long period of time, it nourishes you, it elevates you. And the second kind of pleasure, which is called sattvic pleasure, is actually more pleasurable than the first kind. Okay, so the difference is, the first kind, you don't have to put in any effort into it. Popular music, for example. So it's already, you just listen to it, and you can see people are moving to the rhythm, it's foot tapping to the beat. It's designed in such a way that it'll appeal to just about everybody without effort. And the Gita says, it's like nectar in the beginning, but poison in the end. But poison in the end. There's a kind of pleasure which is nectar in the beginning, but poison in the... Nectar in the beginning means it's really nice immediately.
Yeah.
But very soon, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It degrades you physically, emotionally, intellectually, morally. So it's like poison. Whereas there's another kind of pleasure. Suppose classical music or dance or art or cinema. It might take a little effort to cultivate it, but then it gives much deeper joy. So the Gita says it's like poison in the beginning, but it's like nectar in the end. Poison in the beginning because it takes effort. It takes effort. It takes a lot of effort to learn classical music. Even to, not just to play it, I mean, not playing it obviously, or singing, but even just to appreciate it. One needs to pick up some stuff. It's not immediate. It might be nice, but it's more and more, it's nicer still. The more one knows about it, the more one cultivates it. And that's true of everything. It's true of filmmaking. It's true of acting. It's true of writing, of all kinds of art and philosophy. All higher culture requires a little bit of effort. It's not entertaining at the beginning, but afterwards it's entertaining at a deeper, finer level. And you all feel better off after that. So this is an insight which I think the entertainment industry could use. Because if your goal is, as you said, it's just entertainment. All right, then just entertain. But entertain do a good job of it.
Thank you so much for taking out your time to be here.
Thank you for having me here, Amira. Once again.
I want to just start off this podcast with talking to you about, for viewers who may not actually know, who am I? Because it's something we consider just to be, I am Amira, or I am a student, or I'm a podcaster, or I'm this. What is this question really comprised of, and why is it actually necessary for us to know thyself? So just the basics, if you can start off with.
Right. And I'm so glad to know that you studied consciousness. That consciousness studies is a thing now, and it's becoming more and more popular. There are some reasons I'd just like to mention before we go deep into it. The reasons why right now at this time, in our time, consciousness studies has become so important.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing Oxford University Press. If you Google it, you'll find 5 great unsolved questions in philosophy by Oxford University Press. But if you look at the 5 questions, 4 of the questions are related to consciousness.
Right.
One question is, who am I? That's one big question in philosophy. Second question is, do we have free will? Third question is, do we know anything at all? I mean, how do we know anything? Question of skepticism and knowledge. Then the fourth question is death. What happens at death? Not the physical side of it. That, of course, is well known. But the consciousness side of it. What happens to consciousness at death? And the fifth question was about global justice. But 4 questions, you see, directly related to consciousness. Another reason why consciousness studies has suddenly become very important in the last 20, 25 years is this new technology. This technology of scanning the brain has improved dramatically in the last 20, 25 years. They have got something called fMRI now, functional MRI, which they can trace very minute activity in the brain, different areas of the brain, and then they can correlate with our experiences, conscious experiences. So that has led to sudden boom of interest in consciousness studies. Another reason why this consciousness studies is very important today is because of this new, internet, especially AI. Suddenly, these computers are doing things which we thought were the province of human beings. Decision making, like driving a car.
Yeah.
Writing ChatGPT, especially right now.
Brilliant.
It's an amazing thing. It's writing poems and short stories. There are now, just before I came, somebody in New York, a visitor was demonstrating to me a new AI which will make films for you. You just have to, Sora, I think it's called. You just give it a text prompt and it'll make a film for you. Everything it'll do for you. Just tell it what to do, it'll do it. There is AI which paints pictures. There is AI which writes stories and composes poems. So creativity in many dimensions. So again, the question arises, what is consciousness then? So this rise of AI also has sparked interest in what consciousness is. And finally, there's a philosophical question, which I'm sure we'll come to, called the hard problem of consciousness, the inability to explain consciousness with just the brain or nervous system. So for all these reasons, and many more reasons, I'm sure, there's a sudden burst of interest in consciousness. And now you have subjects, amazing and wonderful subjects like consciousness studies, which you have studied. Coming to your question about this know thyself, there is an ancient interest in consciousness studies, not just this modern consciousness studies. The philosopher Evan Thompson, he's written his book, Waking, Dreaming, Being. He starts his book by saying that consciousness studies is not a new discipline. It started 5,000 years ago in the Indo-Gangetic plains in the texts called the Upanishads. So people were already investigating what consciousness is. In fact, he says that these Upanishads are so important in human thought that we should do well to date our history not with AD and BC, but before Upanishad and after Upanishad.
And can I just ask you, when you're talking about Upanishads, because I would like to also tell the viewers that I am taking classes from you on the Mundakya Upanishad. And I mean, if there's like one sentence, I think, if I'm not wrong, that you have to sum up that specific Upanishad, is that if there's a one thing you need to know, that you know everything from, is that, I am that, I am Brahman.
Yeah, right.
So for Upanishads, how many Upanishads are there? And I mean, are the core teachings kind of similar with what you're talking about?
Yes. So the Upanishads are found in as part of the holy texts of the Hindus called the Vedas. So in the Vedas, the final teachings of the Vedas, the highest or the deepest spiritual teachings of the Vedas, are found in these texts called Upanishads. These are very ancient, and there are a large number of them. There is a well-known list of 108 Upanishads, but there are more than that actually. 10 of them, arguably 11, are more important than the rest, mainly because about 1200, 1300 years ago, Adi Shankaracharya, he selected those 10 or 11 in some accounts to write commentaries. So he developed the whole system of Vedanta or non-dual Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta, based on these Upanishads. And especially these 10 Upanishads. There's a nice verse which names these 10 Upanishads. Isha kena katha prashna mundamandukya titirihi aitareyam cha chandogyam brihad aranyakam tatha. So 10 Upanishads are named here. Now, the message of all the Upanishads, to keep it simple, I'll stick to non-dual Vedanta, which is my home tradition. The message of all these Upanishads actually is very easy to state. It is, you are that. That means the ultimate reality of the universe. There is an ultimate reality of the universe. And we, sentient beings, we are that. And what is that ultimate reality of the universe? It is variously expressed as pure existence, Sat, or pure consciousness, Chit, or pure bliss, Ananda. This is the conclusion that the Upanishads arrive at. Satchidananda, existence, consciousness, bliss. It sounds cool. It is cool. It's the ultimate in coolness. But this is the essence of the teaching, that you are that, Tattvamasi, or I am Brahman, the ultimate reality. This is the essence of the Upanishads. But the rest of the text and the commentaries and the sub-commentaries and multiple independent texts based on the Upanishads, which have been written by great masters throughout the millennia of Indian history, of Indian civilization, they have built upon these teachings.
Mm-hmm. And I think let's just dive into now what exactly is the hard problem of consciousness. And I know that's a term that was coined by David Chalmers, and I believe he's a professor at NYU, or...
Yeah, he's an Australian philosopher of mind. In fact, if you look up the 10 greatest living philosophers, you have to say living philosophers, otherwise you'll get Plato and Aristotle and all. But if you say Google 10 greatest living philosophers, I would wager that you will get David Chalmers. So he's one of the greatest philosophers living today. He's Australian. He's a philosopher at the New York University. They have probably the best analytic philosophy department in the world, and especially the area which is of interest to us, the philosophy of mind. That's a part of philosophy, the philosophy of mind. That's where they study mind and consciousness. So he's the one who coined the term, the hard problem of consciousness. Now, what is the hard problem of consciousness? To understand it better, we can contrast it with the so-called, quote-unquote, easy problem, which are not easy, which will require a lot of hard work, but they're easy in a certain sense. What is that? Behind it all is the idea that the brain is producing consciousness. Now, when they study the brain and you find activity in some parts of the brain with your scans, and the person whose brain you're studying, that person says, oh, there's a pain in my right hand now. And you see this part of the brain lights up. Oh, I'm remembering a red rose now. And that part of the brain lights up. So you now say that this part of the brain is connected with the experience of pain in the right hand. That part of the brain, those bunch of neurons are connected with the memory of a red rose. So this is a science of correlations. Brain activity correlated with the reported conscious experience of the subject. And you can sort of map what's going on in the brain.
Get a good idea.
You can get a good idea. I guess I'm not a neuroscientist, and an actual practicing neuroscientist, they told me it's more complicated than that. And it's actually quite messy. It's not as precise as that. But the general principle we understand. So this is one kind of neuroscience. This is one side of the science of consciousness. But the other side, what he calls a hard problem is, why should electrical activity in living tissue in one organ of the body cause you to have conscious experiences? What is the connection between a burst of electricity here and a pain? What is the connection between a burst of electricity somewhere here, tiny, tiny burst of electricity in some little neurons, and Einstein coming to the discovery of E is equal to mc square? Where is the connection? We are all seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting. We have a vivid experience of life, like an internal movie. This is the word that David Chalmers uses. We have like an internal movie which is going on, playing in our heads. But if you look in the heads, there is no movie. If you scan the skull of a living person with the most finest of instruments, most sophisticated of instruments, you will not see sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. You will not see E is equal to MC square. You will not see art, philosophy, religion. Nothing. You will just see tiny electrical activity, neurochemicals floating around. That's all that you will see. Where is the connection?
You can't track someone's memories, or honestly, I think even at this point, there's no technology that can like do mind reading, right?
They're trying, but the question is deeper. Why at all physical, biological processes are experienced subjectively as our life? See, it's a very big question, because consciousness is our life. Whatever we are doing in life, that's all because of consciousness. And yet, how is this consciousness related to the brain? How is the brain producing consciousness? There's some relationship, there's no doubt about it. That's the easy problem. But how at all can you... Correlation is not causation.
There's no proof of
it. It's not an explanation. So they calls it an explanatory gap. So he uses the term qualia. Qualia means what does it feel like? Have a cup of coffee, you feel the warmth of it, the flavor of it, the aroma of it. Warmth, flavor, aroma, none of them are in the brain.
You can't really describe that either.
Yeah, and there's tiny bits of electrical activity. How does that become warmth and flavor and aroma in your experience, living experience? There is a big gap here somewhere. And this is called the hard problem of consciousness. And it actually exists. Another philosopher put it nicely, Galen Strawson. He said there is actually no hard problem of consciousness. We are all conscious. There is no doubt about that. We are all conscious right now. We are aware. We are conscious. Now you have made up your mind that somehow brain is producing consciousness. And now you can't explain how brain is producing consciousness. Now you're calling it hard problem. But why are you assuming that brain is producing consciousness at all? It could be that the brain is an instrument. It's like people are coming into the room through the door. Through the door, people are coming into the room. Now all of us we have entered this room through that door. Now if somebody says, oh, the door is so powerful, it produced so many people. It didn't produce people. We came in through the door.
The door was just an instrument.
An instrument. It could be that the brain is an instrument that consciousness uses for functionality. Clearly the brain is related to consciousness. Now this is a question. This is called the hard problem of consciousness.
I think I just want to share a little personal experience, and maybe you can kind of describe that in the context of consciousness. So for example, just a few days ago, I was having an argument with my mom. And during that conflict, I was basically able to because I have this knowledge now. So I was able to witness, essentially, it's like there was a thought in my mind that, okay, this is happening. I'm able to observe the entire situation, observe that this is happening and I'm reacting.
Yes. So you're able to observe the person, Amira.
Yes, that's what strange thing was. It was like almost if it was another identity and I was able to observe it, and I could stop it afterwards. So that was...
And that one, which is observing the person, Amira, arguing with her mom, that one cannot exactly be the same as the person, Amira. It's almost like the person, Amira, is a mask which you are wearing. In fact, the very word person means mask. I was amazed to discover that in ancient Greece, they used to have these plays. They would stage these plays. And each actor would come on stage in that amphitheater, and they would hold these huge masks which represented a character, and they would speak through the mask. Sona means sound. Persona is that mask through which you speak. So person really means a mask. You are not the person. The person depends on you for its existence. You are manifesting the person, but you are not literally the person. Just as you put a mask on my face, I am not the mask. Mask is not my real face, but I operate through the mask. You operate through the person, Amira. Yeah, that's a very good point that you've just raised.
Kind of proof that like the real I is pure. It's pure, but the reactions are just either conditionings or some type of like behavior from environment or what we've learned from last life that's coming through the real I.
Yeah.
Is that kind of a way to explain?
Pure in the sense, not in the sense of whether it's good or bad, pure or impure, not in that sense. Like the body may be pure or impure, the mind may be pure or impure. But consciousness, the real I, is pure in the sense that it's only consciousness. It's not mixed with anything else. So it's just awareness. You can say it just isness. Or it just shines, it's awareness. And this sounds abstract, it sounds mystical, but it isn't. Vedanta will say that it's just a fact. It's in fact the most obvious fact of our lives. Just as we are all sitting here, but all of this is illumined by one light. Person might say, oh, there are chairs, there's Amira, there's the chair, there's the microphones, there's Swami. But the fact is, all of this is just, light is reflecting of all of this and coming to our eyes, and that's why we are able to see. Similarly, we are this one light in which appears the personality with thoughts and emotions and the body and the world and its interactions. Yeah. So it's pure in that sense, as just isness or just awareness.
Just on that context, in the context of Advaita Vedanta also, I want to play like a little, it's like rapid fire where I'm going to give you a situation, a real life situation where someone's in, and you tell me like if someone knows their true identity or who am I, how do they react to that in the best way so they don't suffer. So for example, I'm a student who's preparing for, let's say if you're in India, it's like the IAS exams, or in the US, Harvard, Ivy Leagues. And I've spent years and years preparing and putting my heart and soul. But maybe due to some luck, destiny, karma, whatever you call it, I don't get success. That causes failure, that causes depression, suicidal thoughts. That's the innate reaction I'm feeling. How do I use this knowledge to then solve my issue?
You immediately see that there is this negative reaction, unhappiness, a shock, misery. It appears like a wave. It's not that I am shocked or I am in deep misery or I am a failure, I am a loser, I am in deep depression. No, I feel that wave of negativity arising. I am that limitless awareness, like the blue sunlit sky in which a cloud has suddenly appeared. And it's not just being poetic or being rhetorical. You actually see it like that. So this wave of a negative reaction arises. The moment you see it as an object, an interesting thing happens. First of all, you see you are not it. You are not that negativity. You are not that depression. Nor are you depressed. If there is rainfall, everything will get wet. But space itself doesn't get wet.
It's also temporary.
It's temporary and it doesn't affect the space itself. It can affect the air, it can affect the house or the trees, but space itself is not affected by heat, moisture, nothing. It just gives space for everything. Similarly, you are like that space, completely unaffected. Then when this arises in the mind, this cloud, the second thing that will happen is when you see yourself as a difference with that begins to subside much faster. You see, our negativities affect us much more when we are involved with it.
When you're attached to it.
Attached to it. We hug it to ourselves. It's strange. We hug our unhappiness to ourselves also by identifying, I am unhappy. This is a fact of my life. No, it isn't. Just a moment ago, you were not unhappy. The same consciousness which saw the relaxed and pleasant state of mind is now witnessing the absolute turmoil and distress of the mind. Then the turmoil and distress also go down. This is the next thing that will happen. And then it will disappear into that limitless awareness again from which it arose. And you know that you were that limitless, unaffected awareness earlier, during the turmoil, and now also after the turmoil. You are fine. The more you do this, the more the initial reaction also will be less. So when a shock comes, you distance yourself from the negativities. But when you keep on doing that, the negativities themselves will they'll begin to diminish. The reactions will become less and less sharp and less troublesome. There'll be a general peacefulness, general luminosity in the mind all throughout.
And just one more situation now I would like to give you is that, let's say there's an individual, if they're, for example, a married couple, and through whatever life experiences they have to go through a divorce. Maybe it's destined to happen, it's karma, whatever you call it. Or if someone faces a heartbreak or betrayal in a relationship, someone they trust a lot. In that situation, that's even sometimes worse because it's relationships which, we know how it gets very hurtful and deep. So how do you react to that, especially when you know you're parting away from someone in that situation?
Negativities in human relationships of whatever kind, from the perspective of Vedanta, you know first and foremost, you and that other person, you are one reality. That other person is not different from you. The one consciousness which is there in this body and mind, shining forth through this, is exactly there in that other person also. That other person is not one bit different from you. Now, that person is behaving in a particular way. Suppose it's behaving in an unpleasant way, negative way. We can't handle that. It's because of the mask of the personality, of the mind, the conditioning of the mind. Which, here also there is a conditioning of the mind. There also, every body mind has its own conditioning. So sometimes those conditionings have accumulated a lot of negativity over lifetimes. And that's why the behavior is like that. People ask, if everybody is that one Atman, or if God is in everybody, then why is one person evil? Why is another person lazy? Another person so good? How can it all be the same? It is. It's the same light when it streams through stained glass windows. Same light, sunlight coming. But from inside the hall, you will see different rays of light coming. Red and blue and all. Why? It's the same light, but it came through those stained glass windows, right? So similarly, the one consciousness which you are, with that person with whom you are having a conflict, that light coming through that particular mind is behaving in that way. So that gives us a lot of sympathy for the other.
Understanding, basically.
Understanding, lot of sympathy. Will that solve the problem? Not necessarily. Our conditionings are very strong. So it's not so easy to change ourselves, imagine how difficult it is to change another person. But first of all, it will give you a lot of peace within, a lot of centeredness within. See, anger against somebody, it is unwise because anger is like a fire. And a fire always burns the place where you light it. It can burn others, but first of all, it will burn the place where you light it. If I light the fire of anger in my heart, I am foolish because the first person to get burned by that anger will be I. I am going to get affected first. So I will not be angry at anybody or anything. And with understanding, with sympathy, with this feeling of oneness, it affects the other person also. So in many difficult situations, you'll see the situation becomes a little less difficult. Is it a magic solution for everything? No, there's no magic solution for everything. But it's much better. First of all, you are the beneficiary. When you have this peaceful state of mind and this witness consciousness, you are the first beneficiary. But then the other person and the situation also becomes better. Notice, this is how life is. In Ashtavakra says, Mai ananta mahambodho Ascharyam jiva vichaya udyanti gnanti khelanti pravishanti swabhavata. In me, the limitless ocean of consciousness. How wonderful are these sentient beings, the jivas. Udyanti, they arise. Gnanti, khelanti, they play. Gnanti, they fight. Pravishanti, they disappear. They merge back into consciousness. Swabhavata, by their own nature. I remember this master who was teaching us this particular verse. This is exactly what you referred to. So the old Swami in Gangotri, he was saying, see, look at you around in life. People arise from their born, childhood, youth. Khelanti, they play. I love you. Gnanti, they fight. I will divorce. What you just said. And then they all disappear. After some time, 30, 40, 50, 100 years later, they're all gone. More beings arise. But you have not come with those beings. You are not disappearing with those beings. You are this limitless consciousness in whom all of these things are appearing and disappearing. Imagine the calmness, the deep sympathy, the deep peace it gives you, even in times of trouble.
It's a very, very good explanation. I can say that because personally, I feel like I've just been able to actually learn more towards myself. I think for people watching, it would actually help them in real life.
I think so. It's people think Vedanta is philosophical, theoretical,
Or
but
whatever you said is just, this is reality.
it's reality. It's more real than anything else.
Yeah. I think going back to also the last topic I would like to touch upon is you were talking about Adi Shankaracharya. You mentioned him a little bit earlier when I think you were talking about the Upanishads. And I think he was believed to be an incarnation of Lord Shiva. So Kashmiri Shaivism is something I've been interested in. And just if, I know we don't have too much time, but if like you can go in a brief description of what that path is, and that's I think also falls into the non-dual category, but how is it different from the pathway of Advaita Vedanta?
Yes. Adi Shankaracharya was one of the greatest figures in the history of Indian spirituality. He lived about 1300 years ago. He was born in Kerala, but he belonged to all of India because he traveled across the length and breadth of India more than 1,000 years ago, reviving and reforming Hinduism, and especially establishing the path of non-dual Vedanta, which already existed. But he gave it a firm foundation by writing the commentaries on the essential texts, on the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutra, and so on, and multiple other texts, but also multiple devotional traditions. There's so many beautiful hymns that Adi Shankaracharya has written. And it was in present-day Madhya Pradesh, in what is called Omkareshwar, Adi Shankaracharya, as a young boy of 12, he came and met his guru, Govindapada, who was the disciple of a great non-dualist, Gaurapada, the author of the Mandukya Karika. So I have just come yesterday from Bhopal. The government of Madhya Pradesh has got this new project called the Ekatma Dham, the place of oneness. That's the central message of Adi Shankaracharya and the central message of Advaita Vedanta, oneness, the oneness of all existence. And they have established a 108-foot statue of Shankaracharya in Omkareshwar, and they're establishing a huge institute in the name of Shankaracharya. All right. So oneness. Ekatma means oneself. It's not just some external oneness. A physicist can talk about oneness, the unified theory which explains everything in the universe. But there also the physicist, as if stands apart from it. I'm trying to understand this. But Vedanta says this oneness is you. We think I am this body, or I'm this mind, this person. Vedanta says only superficially. Really speaking, you are this underlying oneness where the entire universe is one. And this is called Brahman or Atman. Ekatma, oneself. Now, this is also non-dual. Non-dual in the sense, there is nothing in the universe which constitutes a separate reality apart from Brahman or Atman, you. So there is nothing in the universe, nobody in the universe which is other than you. The real you, not the person. As a body, of course, there are so many other people. As a person, also so many other persons. But as this being, consciousness, bliss, Satchidananda, there's nothing other than that. Everything else, you will say, what's all this? This is all an appearance in that. That reality is appearing in these ways. Just like a movie screen appears as a movie. Screen appears as all kinds of movies. Just like your dreaming mind appears as a dream with so many people and events, but all the time, even when you're experiencing the dream, really it's just your mind which is dreaming all that. When you're experiencing this world, it's really just existence, consciousness, bliss. So that's Advaita Vedanta. Now, that's not the only non-dual tradition. There are a number of non-dual traditions in Indian spirituality, in Indian philosophy. The most well-known is, of course, Advaita Vedanta, non-dual Vedanta. But there is Kashmiri Shaivism, which is non-dual Shaivism. There are arguably at least two streams of Mahayana Buddhism, the Yogachara Vijnanavada and the Madhyamaka Shunyavada, which also are non-dual. At least they refer to themselves as being non-dual. So we have to take them at their word. These are all non-dual traditions. How are they different, especially Advaita Vedanta and Kashmiri Shaivism? there are some stark differences. So Advaita Vedanta says there is one limitless existence, consciousness, bliss, and the entire universe is an appearance. Whereas Kashmiri Shaivism doesn't call the universe an appearance. It says that there's one limitless existence, consciousness, bliss, which it calls Para Shiva. Shiva or Para Shiva.
Are they devotees of Lord Shiva?
Yes, they are devotees of Lord Shiva.
They think he's the supreme
He's
being.
supreme being, the devotees. But they will say the universe is not false. It's not an appearance. It's not a dream.
Mithya, it's not Mithya.
It's real. It's not Mithya. It's real. Then what is the relation? Then how can it be non-dual? Because if you have an ultimate reality, Brahman or Shiva, and a reality called the universe, then you have two.
Yeah, there's dualistic.
There's a duality to it.
Yeah.
Advaita Vedanta doesn't have that problem because it says what appears as the universe, it's an appearance. Appearance and reality, you cannot count them together. If there's a rope and a snake, the rope is appearing as a snake, you don't say there are two things. There is one thing being mistaken as something else. There's a rope, which is real, and one, it's being mistaken as the snake. The rope is non-dual with respect to the snake. Because the snake does not exist as a second thing. But the moment you say the word is real, it exists, then how are you going to say it's non-dual? How is Shiva non-dual? How is Kashmiri Shaivism non-dual? Well, they say the world is real and it is none other than Shiva. Shiva is not appearing as the world. Shiva manifests. They have a theory of vibrations, spanda. The ultimate reality is pure consciousness. They call it vibration, spanda. They call it play of consciousness. So, vilasa, the play of consciousness. The term they use is chid vilasa, the play of consciousness. So, consciousness plays as this universe. At no time is it anything other than Shiva. So, all of these are Shiva. All of this is one consciousness. But there's no reason to say it's false.
So in Kashmiri Shaivism, because like you said, they don't consider it that this is Mithya or false, is that why you see sometimes that devotees of Lord Shiva perform like sometimes what you would call like tantric rituals or Vanmarg or dark side of Hinduism? There's different terms for it.
So Kashmiri Shaivism has a vast range of practices. So in Advaita Vedanta, it's pretty simple. Advaita Vedanta, you are Brahman. You don't know it. And the solution is to know it. How do you know something? You inquire into it. How do you inquire into it? You listen to the teachings, you reason it out, and then once you have got the understanding, you stay with it in meditation until it becomes clear to you that you are Brahman. Ignorance is the problem, that you don't know you are Brahman. Knowledge that you are Brahman is the solution. Done. All other practices are supplementary. They are useful. They can purify your mind. They can concentrate your mind. They can clean up your life. Dharma, bhakti, dhyana, all of these are supplementary. But core is enlightenment, knowledge. That's Advaita Vedanta. It's plain and simple. It's very straightforward. Whereas in Kashmiri Shaivism, they have that also, what I'm talking about, but they have a wide range of other things. So they have what is called 4 ways of becoming enlightened, 4 broad paths. One is called Anupaya, no path. You can just become enlightened. You might say that sounds crazy, but there is evidence of people spontaneously awakening. Even now there are some people, who is that power of now, Eckhart Tolle. If you read his life, something like the spontaneous awakening. Yeah. There are some such people.
And suffering was because of that.
Yes.
Sometimes that happens.
And the most classic example of our time is that of Ramana Maharshi. With no effort or almost very little effort, he awakened to the reality.
Or some saints like Paramahansa Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharishi, Neem Karoli Baba, they're enlightened.
Yes, but in the case of Neem Karoli Baba, and Sri Ramakrishna, of course, you see tremendous amount of sadhana being performed. It's true that it is for our instruction, but they did that sadhana and then they show it as the result of that sadhana. But so Anupaya would be no sadhana, you've just become awakened. But of course, we can't sit around waiting for that to happen. So the second thing is called Shambhava Upaya, the way of Shambhu or way of Shiva. That's very much like Advaita Vedanta. There are teachings, there are pointers which are given to you, and then you contemplate that, you realize that you are Shiva, you are one with Shiva. You are that
it's
Shiva.
Complete Jnana Yoga.
Jnana Yoga, yeah.
Okay.
It's exactly like Jnana Yoga. I'll just add a little bit here, like a footnote. I consider it like Jnana Yoga, but there are actual experts in Kashmiri Shaivism. They will say, no. Your Advaita Vedanta is like the third path, but the way of Shiva is something higher than. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I consider it to be like Jnana Yoga, like Advaita Vedanta. Now, suppose that doesn't work, then it gets progressively more complicated. Not because the Shiva is complicated, not because enlightenment is complicated. We are complicated. We means our minds. We have made our lives and minds complicated. And that's why we need these special methods. So the third level is called Shaktopaya, the way of Shakti or way of the Divine Mother. So where there is meditation, where there is mantra. And then if that is not enough, then there is something called Anva Upaya. Anu means atom. It means the little one or the Jiva, us. Right now, us means not as Shiva, as we find ourselves right now, as limited beings. Then he said, you start there. And that is called Anva Upaya. They're all rituals, devotion, what you mentioned, various kinds of practices, devotional practices, tantric practices, variety of rituals. So this is a very broad and little oversimplified way of putting it. So you see, the very wide range of practices are there compared to Advaita Vedanta. Advaita Vedanta is sort of a direct path. Yeah.
Last question I have to kind of go back in a full circle is because I was studying consciousness studies. When we talk about the states of consciousness, so like we all know like dreaming, waking, sleeping, all these, the three regular states. Then there's Turiya state, which I believe is also known as a fourth state or transcendental consciousness. And then I guess it's a different path. Like, I've heard of, for example, then there's states of consciousness known as cosmic consciousness, unity consciousness, God consciousness. People say there's 7 or 8 paths. I just want to get some clarity on exactly how many states are there, where we have to achieve in the field of what you're talking about.
Advaita Vedanta, thankfully, is very simple. It doesn't use the term states of consciousness.
Okay. It goes to Turiya.
Yeah.
It talks about
so
Turiya.
States are physical states or mental states. State means something that can change. Pure consciousness itself never changes. Nothing ever happens there. It just shines. So it doesn't have any states. It just is. A good example is gold and ornaments. So you can make the gold into a bracelet. You can make it into a necklace. You can make it into a ring. So these are different states of the gold, if you want to call it state. These are different ornaments. But the gold is the same. It's the same gold. Similarly, consciousness being one and the same, the mind awakes, and that's what we call the waking state. The mind falls asleep and dreams. That's what we call the dream state. And then the mind goes into deep sleep. That's what we call the deep sleep state. So these are states of the mind. And they are all illumined by one consciousness, which we are. With respect to these three, waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, we talk about a fourth, the real consciousness, which is. But the fourth one is not a fourth state. It is the one consciousness shining on these three states. So you are this one limitless awareness, and you are shining on your in and through your waking state, in and through the dream state, in and through the deep sleep state. These states belong to the mind, and you are the same in all three. That you, the real you, is called Turiya. Turiya, literally, the Sanskrit word means fourth. Yeah. So it's not a fourth state of consciousness. It is the reality. Consciousness itself, it's one and the same in all three states. Yeah. And then you can expand it further. God consciousness would mean, two meanings could be there. One is God, Ishvara, Bhagavan, the Lord of the universe. So what would be the experience of God as, the whole cosmos is my body. All minds are my mind. That would be God consciousness. Or another meaning of God consciousness would be actually God realization. When we sentient beings, we realize Shiva or God. Yeah, in this way, you can conceive of multiple ways of looking at it. But Advaita Vedanta is pretty simple. One witness.
And worst to worst case, if someone's watching this who maybe feels that Gyan Yoga is not their path, right? Or maybe going in the intellectual way is not something they're too fond of. I think Adi Shankaracharya, there was some story, I think, where he found this old man. I think he was very old, and he was trying to read some scripture, and he wasn't able to, or something like that. And then Adi Shankaracharya said something along the lines of Bhaj Govindam.
Yes, but the very famous, maybe the most famous stotra hymn composed by Adi Shankaracharya, Bhaja Govindam. He says, Prapte sannihite marane nahi nahi rakshati dukkhin karane. When death is close, at the point of death, your Sanskrit grammar, that person was memorizing grammar rules. Sanskrit grammar is not going to save you. Worship Govinda, Krishna. Worship Govinda, oh fool, worship Govinda. So, devotion. Sri Ramakrishna put it this way very beautifully. He said, as many faiths, so many paths to God. As all the religions in their different ways will lead you to enlightenment. All the practices, devotion. Can you become enlightened without all these Advaita, Vedanta and all of that? Just suppose someone is devoted to Krishna or to Shiva. And by sheer devotion and love, can you become enlightened? Certainly. This is the beauty of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, certainly. And the proof is that there have been so many saints in history, in our country, especially in India, but also in other religions and other parts of the world, who have attained enlightenment, God realization, whatever you call it, through devotion, and only through devotion. Can you do it through meditation? Yes. If you take the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, they tell you the way to attain enlightenment, Kaivalya they call it. And at no point are they saying that this is supplemental, as Shankara would say, and after this you have to go to Shankara and then the direct path. No. If you see the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, they say it's a standalone text. You become enlightened by following this. So by karma yoga, by bhakti yoga, by dhyana or raja yoga, by jnana yoga, by one or more or all of these, be free. That is the whole of religion, spirituality, books, temples, doctrines, churches. They're all secondary details. They're all helps. But this attainment of spiritual freedom, this attainment of God, whichever way you put it, this is the goal.
I think, Swamiji, I know you're just doing your job as a monk by spreading knowledge, whatever you learned from your guru, from your lineage. But I would just like to end this by saying that you don't know that the reason why millions of people across the world love you so much is because you evidently are not fanatic about just, for example, Advaita Vedanta being right and the only path. You're not here to say that,
left to myself, I would love to be fanatic about Advaita Vedanta, because that's my home tradition, and it's something that I really appreciate, really love, and I'm really it's like
very close to your
it's very close to my heart. And however, I am a monk of the Ramakrishna order, and I am devoted to Sri Ramakrishna, Ma Sharada, Vivekananda. There is no way of being fanatical, because they are so universal. And the tradition which stands behind them, all of Sanatana Dharma and Hinduism, you see, over the millennia, it has been so universal, so vast, so diverse. It's one culture with so much diversity. Somebody pointed out to me, it's wrong to say that in India we have many cultures. No, we actually have one culture which celebrates diversity. So how can you be fanatical?
So I remember in the last podcast, I actually talked about how I can witness my depression, my anxiety, my anger. Essentially, Advaita Vedanta actually goes a step farther, because there is no duality. It's non-duality, it's oneness. I would love if you could elaborate on this transition from separation to oneness.
Yes, you have put your finger on a very important issue. Advaita Vedanta is oneness. It is not difference. But the interesting thing is that the first step to understanding oneness is to create an apparent distinction. Why this is important is, see, we are so mixed up with our bodies and minds. And when I think of myself as Sarvapriyananda, I basically think of this body and what is going on in it, my first person experience. But that which is the reality is one undivided existence consciousness space. Now to jump from here, this body-mind idea, to the reality as existence consciousness place, it's a big jump. It cannot be done directly. Why it cannot be done directly is because we are already so deeply convinced that I am a body, I am a mind. So the first thing that has to be done is to unconvince ourselves, if I may put it that way, to show us that we are not really this body, that we are not really this mind. That's why Advaita Vedanta spends a great deal of energy in the first step towards oneness, which is actually a kind of two-ness, the first step, that I am the witness consciousness, and the body and the mind and the prana and the intellect, memory and the whole personality is an object. The subject and object being different, I cannot literally be these objects. And there are things, there's a table and something on the table. They are objects. I'm aware of them, but that doesn't mean I am them. In one sense, they do exist, but that doesn't mean I am the table or the bottle of the table. Similarly, I am aware of the body. I am certainly aware of the mind, and I use the body and the mind, but that doesn't mean I am the body and the mind. Once this is done, Advaita can now proceed. What has been done so far? In technical terms in Advaita, this is called Tvam Padartha Shodhana. Who are you? Or who am I? An inquiry into that nature. And then I find that I am awareness. Earlier, I thought I was a body. I am this change, this light. Earlier, I thought I was a bundle of thoughts and feelings. I'm still aware of the body. I'm still aware of the mind. But I am awareness, aware of the body and mind, quite distinct from them. But this is still dualism. Philosophically, this is very close to an very ancient system of Indian philosophy called Sankhya. Also, the philosophical basis of the school is very popular even today, the Patanjali's yoga. So these are dualisms. There is consciousness and all that is apart from consciousness. And they stop there. But then that's enough. You are pure consciousness. You are trouble-free by yourself. Why concern yourself with what the body-mind is? Advaita says, no, the problem has not been completed. The solution is not complete yet. Solution requires unification. Solution requires a complete explanation of not only what I am, but what all this is. So the next step is oneness. The oneness can only be achieved by showing that this world and the body and the mind from which I saw my separation, they're actually not separate. How can you do that? We will see. I mean, that's what Advaita gets into. One more point here. Somebody might ask, wait a minute, stop right there. The whole point was to go beyond separation. So the separation, that I'm the witness consciousness, this itself takes me beyond separation. According to Advaita Vedanta, it doesn't. It doesn't. And the Upanishads say, Dvitiyadvai bhayam bhavati. From the existence of an other, from the existence of a second, comes the sense of fear, of anxiety. Notice, our sources of anxiety, fear, and indeed attraction, temptation, all of that is the second. Is something apart from us. If I am one with something, that I am not scared of myself, nor am I particularly tempted or attracted by myself. I am not a source of anxiety to myself. But something apart from me is. Until we transcend dualism, the other, and establish non-duality. Why non-duality? What appears to be dual, what appears to be another, that is actually not another. It's actually myself. That's why it's called non-dual. That the other is appearing to you. Nobody can deny. The world is appearing to us. Body is appearing to us. The mind is appearing to us. Experiences are happening to us. No, who can deny it? Whether you're a philosopher or not, this is a philosopher. Even the most radical Advaitin cannot deny that these experiences are happening. This is a direct experience. How can you deny it? But the understanding of what these things, that has to be worked up. And then you realize all these things are an expression of yourself, not different from yourself. And then alone, oneness is established.
So, for example, just speaking from the background of like Samkhya, as you mentioned, if I am facing a situation where I'm bound to feel anxious, depressed, anger, there's multiple scenarios that could happen. Okay, I disassociate myself from there. And intellectually, I tell myself, you know what, this will pass, this is transient, I'm not that, this is just an outer experience, I'm pure. But the problem is, and I've experienced this even the last few months, that those chemical reactions in the body still happen. For example, I'm sure the viewers can relate when you feel anxious, you get like heart racing happens, heart pumping happens, you get butterflies in the stomach. So how come this truth, even if I know it, is on stopping these chemicals?
Two answers. One from the Sankhyan. What would the Sankhyan say to that? And what would an Advaitin say to that? It's a very good question. Just understanding that I am the witness to it does not stop it. And do we want to stop it? Is it possible to stop it? What the Sankhyan does is to know that I am not it. Let it come, let it be, let it go. That would be the Sankhyan approach. I am not it. I am not concerned about what's happening there on the tape. If something is happening, watch it. But it's not me. I'm not involved in it. Now the yogi takes it a step further. The yogi actually stops it. Stops it in the sense the yogi tries to enter into samadhi, where you cut out the word. The yogi says, the eyes want to see. The yogi says, no, I will not see. Yeah, ears want to hear. The nose wants to smell. The tongue wants to taste. The yogi says, stop. I will not allow the sense organs to come in contact with the objects, which will generate experiences, pleasant and painful. When the mind wants to think, intellect wants to understand, stop it. Still the mind. In absolute stillness. And of course, the purpose of the stillness is not to find peace. The purpose of the stillness in yoga is what is called viveka khyati, the appreciation of the distinction between the body, mind, and consciousness. You are witness consciousness, Purusha, and the body, mind is Prakriti. This distinction becomes clear to the yogi in Samadhi. But anyway, peace is found, the problems are solved in Samadhi. How about solving the problems while experiencing the world? Is it possible that I can experience the world as it is going on? The heat and the cold. Delhi is terribly hot today. And the hunger and thirst, pleasure and pain, illness and health, and the ups and downs of the mind. All of them. Is it possible that we'll all go on, yet I can say I am fine? Is it possible? Advaita says yes. This is the beauty, the power of Advaita. Advaita says, right here in the midst of life, I'm still fine. I don't need to shut down life. I don't even need to separate myself from life. I can live life vigorously, do whatever has to be done, and be perfectly happy when nothing has to be done. And in both cases, be fine with it. Is it possible? Advaita said yes. One monk said, Advait pratiti ko mitane ke liye nahi hai. Advait aapko pratiti mein nirvad banata hai. Vyavahar mein nirvad banata hai. What it means is, Advaita is not for the sake of wiping out the world experience. Advaita is for the sake of becoming free, fearless, joyful in the middle of the world experience. Notice the great enlightened ones, whether it is Vivekananda, Ramana Maharshi and others, and going back to ancient times, all of them. Even for most of the time, they were not in samadhi. I've been the eyes closed kind of samadhi. They were engaged with the world. Whether it's a peaceful sage like Ramana or a dynamic monk like Vivekananda. But if you ask them, with these eyes open when you are looking at the world and engaging with the world, is it a troublesome state and eyes closed is a better state? If they would say that, then the Sankhyan has a point, the yogi has a point. But they never said that. Sri Ramakrishna said, with eyes open and eyes closed, you see the same God. Vivekananda said, the test of Vedanta, is paraphrasing Vivekananda, is to be perfectly serene in the midst of tremendous action. One need not be afraid of the world will disturb my peace and make me unhappy. No. I can be in the midst of, he says, the busy street. Today would have said the busy street in Gurgaon. Vivekananda said the busy street in New York in those days. And my mind may be as if I were meditating in the heights of the Himalayas. You might say, how? How can you have so many ups and downs? How can you be happy in the midst of misery? If misery is there, by definition, happiness is not there. So how can you be happy in the midst of misery?
But if I'm aware of everything and the misery is there, how can there be happiness? Advaita says it's possible.
I would love if you can elaborate, because the thing is that these podcasts, like the last one we did with you, so we got thousands of comments where people actually said that they found that this really released their suffering. And now we're even going deeper. So I would love if you can elaborate on this.
We go deeper here. Yes, today we go deeper. The way to establish it is this. I am awareness. That is first. That's where Sankhya gets full marks. The yogi gets full marks. And Advaita uses that step, but it uses it as a stepping stone. It uses it to overcome what is called Dehatma Buddhi, the idea that I am the body. That is overcome. I am awareness. I am not the body. Now, next Advaita will not stop here. Advaita will say, what appears to you as the other, this world, people, this body, and what I earlier thought I was this one, this mind, now it is another. It's an object. It's a subtle object. What appears to you as the other? The question is, Advaita will ask you to ask this question, to interrogate these. What is the relationship between these and me? I am awareness. How are they related to me? And what Advaita is driving at is what we came to first, that the separation is actually not a separation. It is I, me, myself. How does that help? First of all, we have to see how is it me. And second, if it's even admitting that it is somehow I am appearing as all this, still how will it help? It will help this way, that once there is no other, fear disappears. Upanishad says, Dvitiyad vai bhayam bhavati. From the second, there is fear. From the other, there is fear. One French philosopher, Jean-Paul Sartre, he said, hell is other people. So, now if there's no other, even if they are appearing as another, you know deeply inside, I, the awareness, am appearing in that body and mind as that person. Even the body and mind are also nothing but I, the awareness. You might say, it's weird. How do I wrap my mind around this? It's not so weird at all. Take the example of our dreams. In our dreams, we are there in our own dreams. Not only that, we are there as other people also. I, the dreamer, I become 100 other people. Not only other people, I become the ground and the earth and the sky and the river and the air and the sunlight. Everything I become.
Name and forms are different, but
Names and forms are different, but it's the same dreamer. Now let me ask you. When we realize that we are the awareness and we are experiencing this world, let us ask ourselves, this world, where is it appearing?
In my perception or my...
In my perception. Good answer. That's a preliminary first answer. See, the first answer would be outside. It's there. Can't you see it? Advaitins will say, outside. Outside what? Is it outside your perception? No, it's in my perception. All right, so it's in your perception. Why we say outside also one must understand. Why do we instinctively say, I am in here, the world is outside me, and I have to cope with this terrible world? It's because we are identified with the body. If I am the body, truly the world is outside the body. Definitely this part of the world is outside the body. The limit of the body is this skin. Up to my, Upanishad says, nakagrat, up to the tip of my fingernails, I am. Beyond this, it's not me. That's because I'm so much identified with this physical body. But when you are identified with awareness, which is, that's the first condition. We must have stepped back from the body into our awareness nature. Then we'll begin to see that this world is actually arising and existing and disappearing back into me, the awareness. How? As you said, no, the world is not outside. The world is in perception. Notice what you said? It's in perception. But where is this perception taking place? Isn't it taking place in awareness? I am aware. And in that awareness, some strange things are happening. I am seeing. That seeing is going on. I am aware. And in that awareness, one more strange thing is happening. I am hearing. Hearing is going on. Now my question is, where is he seeing? Where is hearing? In awareness only.
Yes.
Right?
That's true.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like in our dreams. In our dreams also we feel I am seeing many other people. I am hearing some, people are talking. But all that, actually our eyes are not open in the dream. Our ears are not functioning in the dream. The whole seeing, hearing is going on in the dreamer's mind. Similarly, here also all seeing, hearing, activity, and not just perception, action. I'm speaking. We're sitting, we're walking, talking. All action is also going on in awareness.
Is there one awareness or is this...
All right, we'll go to that. So, but then what is the conclusion of this? The non-duality of awareness is the result. So now let's start this way. The I am, the awareness. Now the question is, what is all this? Sankhya would say, it's there. It's a world. There are people. They're all outside you. But Advaita says, if all this is there, notice, it's not really outside me. It's only outside me if I think I'm the body. But the body itself and this world, they're all in me, the perception. They're all in me. The perceptions is also in me, the awareness. So the perception and the things perceived, they are not apart from me, the awareness. This is called non-duality of awareness. Who are you? Who am I? I'm awareness. What's all this? It is me alone. But in some remarkable way, I alone am appearing to me as my own objects. And it's not very unnatural because this happens in the dream also. In the dream, there is Advaita.
Yes.
There's an Advaita of deep sleep, there's an Advaita of dream. The Advaita of deep sleep is subject and object are crushed together into one featureless mass. There is no object there at all. So you can call it a non-duality because there's no second thing in a deep sleep. There's just one blankness. That's how you can describe deep sleep.
Blankness, absence.
Nothing. Absence. That absence, it's a kind of non-duality because subject-object are not distinct there. I am seeing the blankness. It's not like that. So there's no subject-object distinction in deep sleep. So that's a kind of non-duality. It's an experiential kind of non-duality. But dream is a kind of non-duality. What is the non-duality in the dream? It's only when we wake up and realize that it is a dream. Then we realize nothing in the dream and nobody in the dream was apart from me, the doer. We may have seen 100 people, but when I wake up, how many people were actually there in the dream? I, the dreamer. Only me. It's a kind of only me Advaita in the dream. What we are trying to do now is to apply that to the waking state. Instead of saying dreamer, I am saying consciousness. Just it was a dreamer Advaita in dream, it is a consciousness Advaita in the waking. This is what Advaita Vedanta is driving at. Once this is established, now think of the dream example. After waking up, are you afraid of anything that happened in the dream?
No.
Are you attracted to anything or anybody in the dream?
No.
As long as it is in the dream. I might have seen a nice laddu, dreamt about it in the dream, and I get up and go to the fridge to eat a laddu. That's because it's available in the waking state. The dream laddu itself I am not attracted to because I know it's nothing. It's just I appearing to myself in my dream. So we are never really tempted or terrified by anything in the dream. While the dream is going on, yes. But after we wake up, no. It's all gone. Even the most terrible things which happened in the dream, when you wake up, do you feel traumatized and anxious how to tackle this situation in my life? No. Because it didn't happen. It looked like that. Now the same thing will happen in the waking state. In the waking state also, from the awareness perspective, all this is appearing. Even the terrible things are not terrible. Even the great things are not so good anymore. Because they are all appearances and appearances are nothing apart from you. This is the meaning of Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya Jiva Brahmaiva Napara. Consciousness alone is real. The world is an appearance in consciousness. And you are that consciousness. You asked me, is there one consciousness or many? And the answer in Advaita Vedanta is that there is one consciousness. And it can be logically argued why there is one consciousness.
Just because I was just thinking of something while you were talking. For example, right now, if it's very hot, I might be suffering because of that heat. And okay, I understand that in my awareness, I have that perception that heat is causing me suffering. But there might be someone else who might find that heat very nurturing and they might think that it's a good thing. So when there's two different perceptions, then how can that awareness be same?
Yes. Let me expand on that question itself. Why just two different perceptions? They're tremendously different points of view. So one person might be happy, another person might be sad. One person might be awake, another person might be sleeping. How can they be the same consciousness? One person might be a brilliant person with lots of knowledge. Other person might be an illiterate person with almost no knowledge without any advantages of education. And how can they be the same consciousness? One person may be dead, other person might be living. How can it be the same consciousness? One person might be enlightened, and the other person, the students might not be enlightened, the guru might be enlightened. How is it if they're one consciousness? How can that possibly be? All these are questions which are matters of debate between Sankhya and Vedanta. They're all ancient questions. And the answers are pretty good. These differences which you're pointing out are in the body-mind level. So the same consciousness shining through this particular mind illumines the contents of this mind and illumines the sense impressions coming in through these eyes and these ears and this skin, illumines the personality which is there in this body-mind, Sarvapriyananda personality. And the same consciousness shining through that body and mind illumines a whole different set of attitudes, ideas, perceptions, personality. Consciousness is the same. Let me give some examples. One is the sun is in the sky, bright and shining, and there are 10 pots on the ground. Each pot has water. And each pot with the water, the sun is reflected in the water, and you'll see a little reflected sun there which is shining and illumining that little water, the local water in that pot. In one, the water may be dirty, and the illumination illumines the dirty water. In another, it might be Ganga water. It's illumining the Ganga water. Another, it might be milk or something else, or somewhere, some other thing. Another, there might not be water, there just might be smoke in the pot, they put the dhuna, So, the light illumines the contents of the pot, and the contents are different. And so, what is illumined is different. But the source of the light is one sun. That's an example. Similarly, here what we are saying is, the source of consciousness is one consciousness, Atman or Brahman. As captured and used and illuminating various bodies and minds, you will give rise to various experiences. The same consciousness illuminating this person who's sweating and hot and will feel, and the mind in this body will feel, oh, it's so hot, it's incredibly hot. And the same consciousness shining in another body mind where the attitude is different in that mind, the feeling will arise, hey, this is great. It's good for my health. It'll burn out all the bad germs or something like that or something. Those reactions are in the mind. One might say, I can go, knowledge for example. A question might be, if we are all one consciousness, just as I know the contents of this mind, why don't I know the contents of everybody's mind? I should be aware of everybody's mind. But I'm not. That's because knowledge is peculiar and local to each mind. Consciousness shining here illumines the contents of this mind and says, oh, my memories are like this, my ideas are like this, my knowledge is like this. It's all in this mind.
That's subjective.
Subjective. And as knowing, the knower is also this mind. What's a knower? It's consciousness plus a mind. Not consciousness by itself. And that knower will have different knowledge. Somebody might ask, how come if I am consciousness in every mind, I know what's going on here in Delhi, but I don't know what's going on in, suppose, in Washington, in Paris. There are so many people, conscious people, that their knowledge also should be my knowledge. No, the knowledge is localized in those minds. As they see with those eyes and hear with those ears and think with those minds, knowledge is also produced in those minds. But that knowledge which is produced in those minds is illumined by the reflection of the one same consciousness. Okay, this is a complicated example. Let me give a simpler example which we all have. It's a subtle but simple example. In our dreams again. So I am there in my own dream, you are there in your own dream, and there are other people in your dream. Now you realize that after waking up, all of them were you yourself. You were the only one in the dream. But in the dream, it seemed as if different people were having different experiences. You were there in your own dream, but did you feel that you were having the experiences of all the other people in the dream? No, you felt just like a waking state. I am here, mom is here, brother is here, people are around me. You never feel that, oh, it's a dream, so I should be able to see through the eyes of everybody. And no, it just feels commonsensical that the way I am in the waking, I am like that in the dream also. It's only after waking up we realize it was a dream. Similarly, here also. One can be the same consciousness without being. So consciousness is one, but knowers are many. Yeah, this is one way of distinguishing. Vedanta would say. Vedanta has these two terms: sakshi, witness consciousness; pramata, knower. How many sakshis? One. How many pramatas? Many, many, many. As many minds. And the sakshi is that which powers the pramata in each body and mind. Another example from our solar system. The sun is one. There's only one sun. But there are many moons, There's one moon for Earth, but other planets also have moons. Some have multiple moons. Sun, one sunlight. How many moonlights? As many moons,
Many.
so many moonlights.
One appearing as many.
One sun, and they're all the moonlights are one sunlight actually. Our moon borrows its light from the sun, but Saturn's moons also, Jupiter's moons also, they all borrow their light from the same sun. It's the same light, but it appears in different parts of the solar system, and each one will have its own name and separate focus. Yeah.
So I think from your explanation, at least I'm sold and convinced that this is 100% the truth, and I think people watching it as well. Now, just practically bringing this into applicability, like for example, in our last podcast, we did this practical segment where I put up a life situation. So, for example, if I'm having a conflict with another person, right? It might be anyone in the workplace or family, friend group, anyone. In that situation, so how does that help me? Do I empathize with that person? Do I think that he's the same person as me? Because if I know that, okay, there is only one consciousness that's shining, that one light that's shining on both of us, there is that oneness, but we still feel different because, as you said, the mind, the knowledge, those things are different. So how do I react in that situation?
Yes. Vedanta does this thing about dividing the reality into two layers. Paramarthika, ultimate reality. Vyavaharika, transactional reality. Ultimate reality, we are all one reality, Brahman. Transactionally, we are different persons. Vedanta is very realistic. It exactly as it appears, it will say that yes, these are all different people. But what difference is there between the Vedantic person and the non-Vedantic person? The Vedantic person takes this appearance of these different people as a relative truth, not ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is there's one consciousness, and I am that one consciousness, and I am alone in all these people. So in one sense, the Vedantin knows they're all one with me. The Vedantin, you feel that sense of oneness with everybody. First, you start with that, the sense of oneness with everybody. Now come to the practical dealing with people. So you said conflict. Conflict arises because of lack of oneness. You may have the feeling of oneness, the other person may not have. The other person is just acting from his or her perceived set of interests. That I am this person, this is what I want. And then it leads to conflict with the other person. If you are Vedantic, you feel first of all, a sense of oneness with that person. And then you proceed to deal with the situation. How will you deal with it? You will deal with it with whatever steps are necessary. In some situation, it could be affection. In some situation, it could be firmness. But one test will be, you'll never be upset in any situation. Even if you're scolding a person, you'll still be serene within. And you'll be all sympathy for that person. See, just because we feel oneness with somebody doesn't mean that you are going to agree to anything and everything at the personal level. Because the demands are also coming from an uninformed, ignorant personal level. So you know what is good and what is bad for yourself as a person, a spiritual person, and for the other person also. And for the organization also. So you will do what is rational, what is necessary. Notice, after teaching all this oneness, Krishna to Arjuna tells him to fight.
Right. Mahabharata.
Mahabharata, yes. So the work that has to be done has to be done. After all, the work itself is Brahman. In the Bhagavad Gita, it says, Brahmarpanam Brahmahavi Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmevatena Gantavyam Brahma Karma Samadhina. It's not only in meditation, but also in action. Not only in studying and talking about Vedanta, but in the midst of action, in your office, in your community, in your family. When you're involved in action, you can still see Brahman everywhere in oneness. So the example is given of a Vedic fire sacrifice, where there are these wooden spoons with which they would put ahuti, the havan, in the fire, Vedic fire. So it says Brahmarpanam. The spoon with which you are pouring into the fire, that spoon is Brahman. It's not a spoon, it's Brahman. Brahmagni, the fire, it's not a fire, it's Brahman. The priest who's pouring, it's not a priest, it's Brahman. What you are pouring, the ghee, the clarified butter, it's not ghee, it's Brahman. In this way, the one who sees Brahman in the midst of all actions, not by stopping actions and sitting in meditation, in the midst of all actions, one who sees Brahman, that person will attain Brahman.
Nisargadatta Maharaj, who was an enlightened person, there's a story that basically someone told him that, you are Brahmgyani. And he said that, oh, why have you insulted me? I'm not Brahmgyani. I am Brahman. And that reminds me of that entire difference between knowing and being. Because I think whoever's listening has probably come to the stage where they feel that maybe now they can deal with conflicts, whether it's from the smallest conflict to heat waves, to being stuck in the traffic light, to bigger issues such as relationship issues, to traumas in life. But that whole aspect of knowing versus being, how to actually transition into that being.
Yes, that's a good question. I'll answer that at two levels. One is, the first and foremost, the practice level. So, in spiritual life, we begin by knowing many things. Whether it's the Bhakti Shastras which tell us about God and how to worship God and how to love God. But we've just known these things. We have read the stories and we have not yet started. Then there is the Yoga Shastras which tell us how to sit, how to breathe, how to withdraw our senses from the world, how to concentrate inside and focus and meditate and attain Samadhi. But that's just, we have read the book, Yoga Sutras, and we have read about the practices. We haven't started yet. So this is the phase of knowing. And then you translate into being. Being means doing those things and making it part and parcel of our existence. Training the body, training the mind, developing the habits. So whether it's a bhakti practice, whether it's a yogic practice, or even physical hatha yoga. You can read a book on the asanas and pranayam and finish every book in the library, you still get no benefit at all until you actually do it. So the link between knowing and being is the doing. And in doing, what is crucial is repetition. It's a very simple point I'm making, but repetition is central to doing. It's not central to knowing. Once you know it, you know it. You don't have to keep repeating the knowing, but you have to keep repeating the doing. The doing sadhana takes repetition. Spiritual practice takes repetition. So that's one way of translating knowing into being. Take up a systematic course of practice. Whether it is hatha yoga, whether it is meditation, whether it is bhakti, systematic course of sadhana, which will translate that knowing into being. That's one answer. Advaita is where things get interesting, where knowing directly translates into being. Here in Advaita Vedanta, the problem is not knowing.
Yes.
And the solution is knowing. The solution is not further practice. In yoga, in bhakti, the problem is the lack of practice. It's not the lack of knowledge, the lack of practice. That's the problem. But in Advaita, it's the not knowing is the problem. And so the solution is knowing. In fact, in Advaita Vedanta, knowing and doing become the same. What's the practice in Advaita Vedanta? Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. You study it, that means you're knowing. You think about it, that means you're knowing. And then what you've thought about, stay with it until it becomes a fact. That is being. So knowledge translates directly into being there. I'm speaking in abstractions. Let me put it directly. You are Brahman. What is your being? What is my being? Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. That I do not know. Well, know it. However, there is a little bit of a wrinkle here, a little bit of a footnote to be added. People might say, sold. I will know it, and then I will realize I am Brahman. Yes, that's what Vedanta says. The only problem is it doesn't work. I know it. I've been reading so many books and listening to so many lectures, and I really have understood it to a little extent at least. But I don't think I am Brahman yet. I can't honestly say that. I understand that what the texts are telling me, but I don't feel that I am Brahman. Now note, a classical Advaita teacher would tell us that you have not even understood yet. If you truly understand, you will realize that you are Brahman. There would be no gap between knowing and being. The problem is, The way of acting in the world does not only depend upon our what we know or do not know. It depends upon our past conditioning. The way we have conditioned our mind and senses, behavior patterns. So even after we know some things, we still continue to behave in the old ways.
The samskaras.
Samskaras. Therefore, in Advaita Vedanta, to remove the problems which arise in spiritual life, there is a course of a kind of meditation called Nididhyasana, where what you have known, stay with that knowing until it becomes so real to you, you cannot behave in any other way. You will behave according to your realization that I am Brahman. Then the task is done. This is called assimilation. Assimilation. Vivekananda says, tell yourself again and again, I am that or I am he, soham, I am that, aham brahmasmi, till it tingles with every drop of your blood. Overcome this smallness, overcome this weakness. I am limitless existence. I am not this little life. I am being, consciousness, bliss itself. I am not this body of flesh and blood. It's there, but I am not it. It's just a tiny expression of the truth that I am. Why should I be afraid? So tell yourself again and again until it tingles with every drop of your blood. Then until it becomes the very life of your life. Then the job is done. Then knowing has become being.
In the midst of problems, then you actually apply this and you keep on.
Correct. Shankaracharya actually says this. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, there is a very ancient term for that hearing, reasoning, meditating, Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. This is a common term. That's also from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. But in that Upanishad, there is another set of terms for the same thing. Instead of hearing, instead of Shravana in Sanskrit, the word used is Pandityam, which means scholarship. One can see the link. Hearing, studying, scholarship. Okay, I get it. The second one is interesting. Instead of mananam, thinking over it, the word used is balyam. I'll explain what that means. And the third one, instead of nididhyasana, meditation, the word used is maunam, silence. That also maps. So instead of shravana, manana, nididhyasana, hearing, thinking, meditating, the other set of terms is pandityam, balyam, maunam, scholarship, balyam, whatever that is, and maunam, silence. Now this balyam, Shankaracharya explains there are two ways of interpreting this term. Balyam means the nature of a child. Bala means child. Or balyam means strength. Bala, the Sanskrit word bala means strength. Now these are two interpretations. And Shankaracharya takes the second one. What you just said, living in the midst of life, living that knowledge. So Shankaracharya says there, whatever knowledge you have gained from your study, try to take it out for a spin in the world. See how your mind is when troublesome situations arise. Can I use that knowledge? I am the witness consciousness. The problems are at body-mind level. I am the witness. And then does it calm down the mind? That knowledge. If you live your life on that strength, bala, then the next part, the Vedantic meditation will be easy and enlightenment will be full-blown, which is called Jivan Mukti. So I'm just elaborating on what you said. Living that knowledge, that connects the knowing and the being.
And the last thing quickly that I want to touch upon, and that'll leave our audience intrigued for the next time, is that recently I've just started a little bit listening to Mundukya Karika by Gaudapada, and where he basically, in a way, says that this world, whatever we're seeing, is not real. You've mentioned a lot about that we know that dream is not real, but to still believe that this waking stage, like us talking right now, or the fact that I can touch this table here and I would get hurt by the material, that is not real. So if you can just briefly explain that.
Let's just take that example. We are talking here. Is this real or not real? What would Gaudapada say to that? If you knock yourself against the table and it hurts, ouch, it hurts. Is that real or not real? And whatever does it mean to say it's not real? What Gaudapada would say to that is, so you are sitting here and talking, right? Yes. And this is an experience, right? Yes. And the experience is nothing other, is entirely dependent on consciousness, right? Yes. Without consciousness, no experience. Now, are you a person talking, or are you consciousness? So basically, I'm consciousness. And in this body-mind person, I'm engaged in talking to another person, who's also, by the way, that same consciousness. Would you say that the consciousness is talking to another consciousness or another person? Does it make sense to say consciousness is talking? No, consciousness doesn't talk. Then what is the relationship of consciousness to talking? The talking and the person, they are appearances in consciousness. Consciousness is the reality in which an experience of being a person talking to another person is being experienced. That is the falsity. Let me run through it again.
Yes.
Our common sense approach is, we're sitting here and talking. Done. What's there to talk about? What's there to discuss here? It's so two people talking. It's common sense. Now Gaudapada would say, two people talking, right? Yes. Is it an experience? Yes. Two people talking is an experience? Yes. Experience not possible without consciousness? Yes. Then the experience is something that is experienced in consciousness. It's not that consciousness is talking, consciousness is one person, consciousness is another person, now the two are talking to each other. No. Consciousness is just experiencing this whole thing, that two people are talking. So these two people talking isn't it an appearance in consciousness?
Right. So it's not like two body minds are talking.
Yes, right. So it's not that there is actually a physical body, in that there is a mental mind, in that there is a consciousness. Not like that. In one limitless awareness arises like a movie playing or a dream appearing, two people sitting and talking. Gaudapada asks, what's the reality here? Is the reality a table, or is it that I am seeing the table? Is that a better description? I am seeing the table. But I am seeing the table, is it possible without consciousness? No. So isn't it that consciousness is experiencing this, I am seeing a table? This is arising in consciousness. This arising nature of things is called unreality.
Just like in a movie, technically the actors, what they're doing is real, but in reality, it's not real. You're just watching a movie that's fake.
As far as the movie goes, yes, there are cops and robbers and there are car chases and space battles and everything. But really what's there? It's a screen and light and pictures. Therefore, we say it's a movie, it's not real. But it's almost the same thing here. As long as we keep consciousness out of the picture, yeah, there are bodies and there is mind, there is speech, there is interaction. But when we bring consciousness into the picture, which is there already in the picture itself is because of consciousness, then we realize all of these, like waves in an ocean, are arisings in consciousness. In that sense, Gaudapada says the world is unreal. It's empty in itself, but is actually in one sense full of consciousness. And the consciousness alone is appearing and is experiencing itself in all of these ways.
That's a wonderful explanation. And I just want to, before ending this podcast, just say that there's very few podcasts where I actually feel like this will really, really help the person watching. This is something that if people actually dive into and then they further study, this can eliminate their suffering and really bring light into their
And it
life.
helps all of us, the person watching and the person talking, both of us. It's wonderful to dwell on this. In the Panchadashi, there is a description of what's the practice of this Advaita Vedanta. Yeah, I know you will say hearing, reasoning, meditating. But the author of Panchadashi, that Advaita text, he says, Tat kathanam tat chintanam, parasparam tat prabodhanam, etad eka paratvam hi brahmabhyasam vidurbhuta. What does that mean? Talking about it. Thinking about it, Brahman, one consciousness, Advaita Vedanta. Explaining to each other, parasparam tat prabodhanam, awakening each other. This one-pointedness about Brahman, eka paratvam, or this focus on the one reality, this is called the practice of Brahman.
Swamiji, I wanted to start off by talking about time and space. I think it was scientist Donald Hoffman who said that time and space is doomed, and he said that with a lot of truth. Now, I wanted to ask you, in terms of Advaita Vedanta, what is time? Is time real, or is it all an illusion?
That's a difficult question. These are really deep, fundamental questions. From an Advaitic perspective, time and space are, it's like the stage on which the drama of the universe is being played. So it gives us the framework, the background in which the infinite can appear as this multiplicity. Swami Vivekananda said, this universe is the wreckage of the infinite on the shores of time, space, and causation. Now, the moment you say this, one notices that you are privileging some other ultimate reality above time and space. So time and space are somewhere down in the hierarchy. So there is a reality beyond time, there is a reality beyond space, which appearing through time and space are experienced as this universe of ours. There is this distance, space is there, and the flow of time seems to be there. So time and space, in a Vedantic perspective, is like the floor on which a theatrical performance is taking place. Not ultimately real, but cannot be dismissed as unreal either.
Wow. Okay, no, that's a lot to take in, but thank you. I also wanted to talk to you about death. Now, this is like probably one of the top 5 topics in philosophy. So many people, at least at one point of their lives, question the concept of death. And I wanted to ask you, especially in the context of Advaita Vedanta, that do we ever actually die? And if we do, what part of us dies?
That's actually a central question in Vedanta, in fact, in all kinds of spirituality. And I would say even to all human beings, it's a very deep question for us, because as human beings, we are acutely aware of our mortality. We can push it to the background of our thinking, but one day or the other, we are confronted when we especially see the death of a beloved person. We are somehow lifted up from our mundane quotidian life into something higher or something deeper when we are confronted with death of somebody, especially somebody you knew closely, or when we see death on a huge scale, on TV or in the news. So this, we are confronted with it, whether you are spiritual or philosophical, you're not, you're just living your life, but death is always present. Now, Vedanta says, like you said, we don't really die. It's just the opposite of what we commonly hold to be the one truth of our lives. We all think that whatever there is, maybe there's God, maybe there isn't, but I know for sure I'm going to die. And Vedanta says, you're not going to die. We are that reality which is beyond time and space, which is called Atman or Brahman, which does not change. And since it does not change, the change is something that happens within time. So if there's at all something beyond time, it won't change. If it doesn't change, it won't die. In fact, it gets even weirder. Vedanta will say that you actually were not even born. It's the body which is born, it's the body which ages, and it's the body which ultimately dies. Physically, it dissolves back into nature from which it came. But you, the conscious being, you don't die. Now, there is a little bit of a wrinkle here, a little a distinction to be understood. According to Vedanta, we, as this embodied being, the sentient being, we actually have these two aspects. One is, right now when we look into ourselves, thoughts, feelings, ideas, memories, desires, just the person that I am. I mean, this body is there, but the person I am is something that I feel directly within myself. So that's called the subtle body. The thoughts, feelings, emotions, the prana, the life forces, all of it, it's a package. It's called the subtle body. And that does not die with the death of the physical body. Often, little ambiguously in English, it's sometimes called the soul. So it's an immortal soul which comes in from past lives, takes this birth, and when this body dies, it goes on to future lives. And this is it's a belief, but it's a common belief across Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, all the Indian religions, in fact. even the Middle Eastern religions, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, Islam, they also believe in the immortal soul, that there is something that survives the death of the body. So all religions, starting from the most primitive ones, they believe there is something surviving the death of the body. And there's a second aspect to it. Vedanta says even this is not your real nature. You are actually beyond the subtle body. You are this limitless existence consciousness place. So there are these three levels of our existence. This physical body, which is going to die, and the subtle body, which is not going to die, but is going to take up future bodies and will experience birth and death of those bodies. And beyond both of these, physical body and subtle body, is the Atman, consciousness, awareness, pure consciousness, pure being. So that's our real nature, and that's immortal.
Wow. Because we are talking about death, I wanted to touch a topic of near-death experiences. And the reason I want to touch it is because, not just because it's a popular topic, but because it's allowing the public to question what death really is. When a lot of these, whether it's kids or adults, they're having near-death experiences, it's allowing families and people to consider that what really happened. What is death? I haven't told this to many people, but I had an experience in US around 2-3 years ago, a few months before I met you initially. And I kind of had an asthma attack, right? And at that point, I did not know I had asthma. And it was happening for a couple of weeks. I used to go to the hospital and doctor, and I would do checkups, and they couldn't actually pinpoint it. Sometimes asthma comes out of nowhere. It's not like you're born with it. And my lungs used to just suffocate, and I used to have trouble breathing. I tried inhalers, even they weren't working. There's so many different kinds of inhalers. I was doing an audition with a friend once at home, and my lungs suffocated while I was helping him with the audition. We were reading scripts, and I just stopped breathing. And towards the beginning, I was like, oh no, there's no way I'm just going to die, because in the beginning you have a denial, right? But then a point came where I completely kind of just was turning blue or purple, and I couldn't breathe. I was trying my hardest to take every single breath left inside my body. And I went down the stairs, and I went outside. I told my friend to call the ambulance, and the ambulance was on their way. But a couple minutes before the ambulance came, I collapsed. And this is what I want to talk specifically about my experience there. A lot of times you're scared of death, and even I was at that point. But for some reason, during those few moments, I felt some sort of release. And I don't know what it was, but all my memories kind of just came all at once with me. And then I saw some sort of bright light. I don't know what exactly it was, but when I woke up in the hospital, not knowing what happened, it was like 10-15 minutes later, they told me they had to, I think it was CPR or whatever, they had to do a proper procedure. And they said I was dead for probably a couple seconds. And that completely changed my life. That's when I first started talking to my mom about spirituality, the meaning of life, the purpose of life. And that's when I first started coming to Vedanta. I wanted to ask you, what happens in these near-death experiences from a Advaita Vedanta point of view? What happens when you feel like a certain, and I was talking to Sunil Maharaj as well in Almora, and he said he had a near-death experience. He actually suffers from asthma as well. And he said that he had an astral body experience where when he kind of had an asthma attack, and he was in the hospital, and his body was one place and he was in another place, and he was saying that. So what, in your understanding, kind of happens during these near-death experiences?
Right. I mean, it's a terribly difficult experience, but in some sense, as you would agree, it's also a valuable experience. Right? It transformed your life. And I have heard of similar experiences from a number of people. There was this conference I went to, the theme was near-death experiences.
Oh, wait.
So there were scholars who were talking about it. There were people who had actually had near-death experiences. This was in Dallas a few years ago. The Advaita Vedanta has a clear framework about this. And most of the spiritual systems of the world, they do. It's something that they know very well. So idea is this. We have a physical body, this one. This is the one which everybody can see. And this is the one which the doctor examines and tries to treat and cure. But we have a subtle body. And that's nothing esoteric or mysterious, because we all feel it. We all feel emotions, ideas. We all have a personality. And there's prana. So the subtle body is there. In Vedanta, the technical terms for that is the pranamaya, the manomaya, the vijnanamaya, and the seed state called the anandamaya. So the pranamaya would be the vital body, and then the manomaya, the mental body, the intellectual body, vijnanamaya, and their seed state or causal state when they sort of curl up into a seed in deep sleep, for example, or at the point of the physical death. So now the idea is when the physical body can no longer support the subtle body, maybe it's too damaged or maybe it's dying, then the subtle body is supposed to physically leave the dying body. And this process is called utkramana. Utkramana means transmigration, leaving the arising out of, literally, arising out of and proceeding. Now, an interesting thing I read recently from a report from neuroscientists. One mystery it seems they are facing is that at the point of death, the dying brain actually becomes suddenly very active. You wouldn't expect that. An organ which is dying would start to deteriorate and finally give up, collapse. But they find this fMRI scans of the brain at the point of death. They show that there is sudden burst of activity, including, release of dopamine and other biochemicals in the brain, which are related to wellness. When you get a feeling of wellness, serotonin, dopamine, those are released, it seems. And this is a technical thing I don't understand, but I was just reading it. And various centers of the brain, it seems, they light up for no particular reason at all. It's like the centers related to memory, for example. You see, you said, and many people who have had near-death experiences, they say, suddenly there's an onrush of all memories of the past. Suddenly they seem to come together. Now, what I'm guessing, it's only a guess. I was very surprised and delighted to see that report, because this is a kind of confirmation, a brain-level confirmation of an event taking place in the subtle body. So what Vedanta would say is happening is the subtle body is leaving this body. And what is happening in the brain are just the signs of that. It's, if you will, it's like a spacecraft, a rocket taking off. And, the support structures on the launch pad, they sort of fall apart and it releases the rocket. So something like that probably, I don't know. But Vedanta, the literature is full of such descriptions of what happens at the point of death, how the subtle body leaves the physical body. Now, and suppose the physical body is not quite dead and it can be revived, and so the subtle body is still linked with the physical body, then you would expect it to settle back again into the physical body. And I suspect that's what a near-death experience is.
Wow. No, that gives a lot of insight. It's something we can really think about for sure. I also wanted to talk to you, and this is something that a lot of our internet viewers were kind of asking us on a lot of comments on our past videos. They were saying that we understand that we can achieve moksha, liberation, through knowledge. But what about karma? What about bhakti? And what about that aspect of surrendering to God? What role does that play?
Yes. Swami Vivekananda talked about the 4 yogas. It's just his classification. It's a masterly classification of various paths of spiritual practice. So any number of yogas are there. The Bhagavad Gita talks about each chapter as a yoga. So 18 chapters, 18 yogas. Now, what Swami Vivekananda did was, all these various paths, he classified them under 4 heads. And so that somehow, it's caught on now. It's popular now, the 4 yogas. So there is the path of knowledge, the Jnana Yoga, which I often talk about. But there is the path of meditation, which is Raja Yoga. The path of devotion, surrender to God, faith, devotion, surrender. And there's the path of action, of selfless engagement with the world, Karma Yoga. Now, what are the roles of these yogas? It depends on what paradigm of spiritual life you're taking up. All these paradigms are true. But for example, if you take up the Advaita Vedanta paradigm, in that case, it's Jnana Yoga which is the top. Because the paradigm is, all our problems are due to ignorance. Our real nature is already perfect. Nothing has to be done. In fact, nothing can be done. There, it's you're choicelessly Satchidananda. You are free. Only you don't know it. If you don't know it, the solution is to know it. And therefore, it follows, what Americans would call a no-brainer. It follows that Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge, is the way which will lead to freedom. The path of knowledge, you practice that, you get knowledge, knowledge overcomes ignorance, and your ever-free nature is revealed to you. That is freedom according to Jnana Yoga. Now you ask, what about the others? What would a Jnana Yogi, what would Shankara and his followers say about meditation, about service, about devotion? They would say they are all very, very useful. They will not give you enlightenment and freedom immediately, but one cannot have enlightenment and freedom without them. So, in another way you can put it, they are necessary, but they are not sufficient. Enlightenment comes from knowledge. If you get knowledge by whatsoever means possible, you are enlightened. However, to get this knowledge, one needs preparation. And devotion, service, meditation, all are very powerful preparatory practices according to Advaita Vedanta. But if you change your paradigm, if you go to Vishishtadvaita Vedanta, another school of Vedanta, which is a primarily devotional school, where they will say, ultimately our problem is that our karma, we cannot free ourselves from our karma without the special grace of God. God is the ultimate reality of which we are a small part. Your knowledge can only take you so far. Ultimately, one has to have devotion to that God, which is the whole of this, of all of reality. And by the grace of God, we are freed from the bondage of karma. So they privilege bhakti yoga above the others. And they will say knowledge is useful and meditation is useful. And especially karma, in their case, will be more ritualistic karma. Actual, what you might call puja part, the rituals which we perform in temples and shrines. So depending on your paradigm, you will see one or the other of the yogas are raised in hierarchy, but the others are always, in Sanatana Dharma, all the yogas are there. So in Sanatana Dharma, in Hinduism, generally a spiritual practitioner would be devotional, would be have some component of study of Shastras and inquiry into Shastras, would have some component of meditation and some component of action. It might be ritualistic action, might be just pujas and fire sacrifices or something like that, but action. Swami Vivekananda, what he said was, his addition to this was, any one of these can lead you to enlightenment. And he said, by any one of them, by more than one of them, one of those four, or by all of them, be free. That is the whole of religion. Books, temples, doctrines, churches are secondary details.
Wow. We are talking about all these different paths to be able to reach that enlightenment state, to be able to, be liberated. But how much is really in our control? Like, the concept, and many people are asking this, not only in our comments, but you see this all over social media, all over the internet. People are asking the concept of free will.
That always comes up in spiritual discussions. But I'll give you a common sense answer, which our monks would always give in reply to such questions. We don't ask such questions when it comes to the matters of the world. If I really want something, I go out and buy it or I order it on Amazon or something like that. I don't sit around thinking, do I have the free will to order this or not? No. Only when it comes to spirituality, we drag our feet and say, how much free will do I have in this case? But it's a deep question, regardless. So the first answer is a practical answer. Go ahead, jump into it, start working at it. So, engage yourself in service, engage yourself in devotional practices, study the scriptures, listen to lectures, if you will, on YouTube, whatever you do. And give it a good try. So that is, at the very least, it's a demonstration of our desire that I really want God. But now, if you take it to a philosophical level and ask how much free will do we have, according to Vedanta, we actually do not. It's an interesting perspective. Swami Vivekananda said, free will is a contradiction in terms. The moment you say will, Will is something exercised by the mind, by the person. I am exercising will. Already I am in the chain of causation. Some cause produces an effect becomes a cause, in turn produces another effect. So if I have the will, suppose I have the will to raise my hand right now, and I did it. Okay,
Yes.
so I did it. You did it too.
Sim. Yep.
Did we exercise our free will? It seems so. I want to raise my hand, I raised it. But that wanting to raise the hand, it's a thought. Where did that come from? It could have just been, I don't want to raise my hand. Do we have control over that thought? And if we control that thought, by controlling itself will be another thought. Where will that controlling thought come from? It's like you're standing in front of a deep well and you see bubbles coming up, but the depths from which the bubbles are coming up, we don't see it. So our thoughts are bubbling up from where we don't know. Therefore, it's all in a chain of causation. As Vivekananda said, free will is a contradiction in terms. And so, is there no freedom? Vedanta's answer is very interesting. It says, there is freedom, but no free will. Freedom as Atman, as pure consciousness, is your real nature, Atman, Brahman, you're free. That is freedom. Freedom from samsara. Freedom from limitation. Freedom to do what? Not to do. Even the idea to do something is also within limitation. When do I do something? And when I feel compelled to do something, when I want to do something, that means I'm already within the cause and effect link. It's not freedom. So freedom is only possible in the infinite, in the unlimited. Freedom is possible in the unlimited. Freedom is possible in the non-dual, where there is no second reality. This is in a deeply philosophical, metaphysical sense. Practically, however, notice all our life is predicated upon the existence of free will. You go to a shop to buy something. Obviously, the whole thing is set up on the understanding that customers have free will. Even advertisements, which aims to influence our decision. That means the advertisers are assuming that you have free will, and I'm trying to affect your free will to buy the product I want you to buy. Elections are going on in India now. All the idea of elections, vote for this or that, is predicated on the existence of free will. You are free to choose. Our entire legal system, courts and justice and all. Why do you punish a person if there is no freedom? If a person has freely done something wrong, then only you say this person deserves punishment. Why do you give awards and honors and all? Is freely done something heroic and worthwhile. And therefore, if a person has been forced to do something wrong, even a judge will take that into account. Reduced freedom of action. So the liability is also less. If somebody holds a gun to my head and makes me do something, then you cannot punish me for it because I did not act freely. But courts, election system, democracy, consumer choice, all of these assume free will. And religion, what we are talking about, assumes free will. Why give advice otherwise? If a person is not free to follow the advice, why would you give advice? So, free will is practical purposes. Free will is admitted. Now you might say this is contradictory. Ultimately, there is no free will, but practically there is free will. Well, yeah, it's a contradiction.
But being able to get liberated in this lifetime, could that be dependent on your past karma at all?
It is dependent on our past karma because our past karma produces this life. But liberation itself is not produced by past karma because of the simple reason in Advaita Vedanta, liberation is not produced. Liberation is our very nature, mukti, moksha swarupa, the very nature of the Atman or Brahman, what we are, not the body, not even the mind. Our Atman is ever free. Now what this world, our past karma and our sadhana, all of it can produce is the knowledge which will drive away the ignorance hiding the spiritual fact of our pre-existing liberation.
Wow. Now that we're diving so much deep into Vedanta, Vedanta, I wanted to talk about, Brahman Satya Jagat Mithya, right?
Okay, another deep question.
Another deep question, yes, but rooted into a practical aspect as well. So, concluding that the only truth is that we're Brahman, everything else is false, right? But when we are on a daily basis suffering, going through pain, right? We're dealing with daily life problems. How can we remind ourselves of that ultimate truth?
Daily life problems will remind us. The only alternative is to suffer. often, why do we come to spiritual life at all? If the world was perfect, if it can keep us engaged and happy, and then why look for anything else? But it can't. After some time, either the suffering becomes so intense, or you've got whatever you wanted and you're not satisfied. Then you start looking for something more. Is there anything more after you have enjoyed everything in life, which one can reasonably desire? Then do you want to keep on repeating that endlessly? Or our human nature is to seek something higher and better always. So we seek for something higher and better. Or the reverse. Suffering becomes so intense, you really want to release from that suffering. And therefore one seeks, is there a solution to suffering? That's what made Prince Siddhartha into the Buddha. He had both of these. He was a prince. He had all the pleasures and power which one could want, as in those days, a monarch had absolute power. On the other, and that was not satisfying, but he was engaged in all of that, but it was not satisfying for him. On the other hand, he saw this old person, a diseased person, and a dead person. So old age, disease, death, and these are universal. They come for everybody, and they are all full of suffering. Is there any solution to suffering? Not so much for himself, because he was having a good time, but he knew that the world around was pervaded by suffering. So whether you are enjoying or suffering, both of us ultimately drive us to this question about ultimate reality of spiritual life and the falsity of the world. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya.
Yeah, no, I believe he said that everything in this world is dukkha. It's all
Sarvam Dukkham. It's all pervaded by sorrow. Even if you say, no, I'm having a good time, well, you're not seeing deeply enough. There is sorrow lurking there. But the good time is going to end. Therefore, it is sorrow. To produce that good time, you have to work really hard, maybe earn money or use your past karma to have a pleasant time now. And that struggle is sorrow. And the good time, you get used to it. And so it's not so much fun the next day and the next day and the next day. And therefore it diminishes. And that is sorrow. And these good times are habit forming. And there's a price to pay for that later on, and that is sorrow. So Buddha said everything here is pervaded by sorrow.
Swamiji, now that we're talking and touching a little bit of practical aspects of life and connecting that to Vedanta and spirituality, I wanted to talk about the concept of evil versus good, right? Bad versus good. And a lot of people ask this in our comments as well, where they're like, if the only truth is Brahman and everything else is false, if nothing else is real, if everything is an illusion, then how do we know that this is good and that's bad? What's the point of having a moral compass? Should we be making these decisions ourselves? Is there any kind of importance to doing a good action versus a bad action?
Yes, the bad and the good may both be relative. I won't say they are false. Let's use the word relative. They are relative. However, they are not equal and they are not unimportant. Yes, we are Brahman, but right now it doesn't seem to be so. If it seemed to be so, if it was an obvious fact, then our problems would be solved forever. But it's not an obvious fact at all. It's something that we read about, hear about. Maybe we get an inkling about it. Maybe we get some understanding about it sometimes. Then how do we make it a reality for ourselves? Or at least, even if it's a reality, how do we come to see it as a reality? How do we use it to go beyond suffering? First, at least for ourselves, if not for everybody else. And that's where good and evil come in. So from a Vedantic perspective, it is true. Both good and evil are relative. However, they're not equal. Evil takes you away from your own reality. Evil takes you away from spiritual life. And so evil produces more and more suffering. And good takes you towards spiritual realization. And here I'm talking about the good and evil in our own life. Then we'll talk about the world later. But in our own life, so it's not true that good and evil are equal. It doesn't matter. Both are illusions. Does the good act have, why should I go to the trouble of and the sacrifice of performing a good act if it has no value at all? No. It has the greatest value. It will take you, it will do you good in this life. It will do good to society and ultimately take you to liberation and freedom. So good is the basis of spiritual life. We can put it this way. Good is the foundation of God. So G-O-O-D, without goodness, spirituality is not possible. And the more mischievous and evil we are, the more we drift away from spiritual life. And the more deliberately good we try to be, the closer we are to spiritual life, to closer we are to God, to enlightenment.
You did say like how deliberately we try to be good. I had a little bit of, I just want to touch that a little bit. What's the difference between truly being good and trying to be good? Because especially you see this in the US, I'm sure it must happen in India as well, but whether it's in friend groups or in stuff, you have mostly everybody, they put a face where, even though I'm an actor as a profession, a lot of the days everybody's an actor, everybody puts a face, everybody shows on the outside that they're good, they're trying to be good, whether it's even with their family or whether it's with the outside world. What's the difference? And do you believe that if someone is trying to be good just for other people to see that they're good, will that eventually ever lead them to actually being able to do good actions? Does fake it till you make it, will that ever work? Or does the intention matter?
Yes. Yes to all of that, actually. Notice that even when people are pretending to be good, somewhere in them is the idea that it's good to be good, that I want to be good. Even if it's just for getting praise from others. But the very fact that you can get praise from others for being good shows that good is valued in society. So being moral, being good, is an instinctive value attached to it, to that. Now, the difference you asked was about the difference between trying to be good and to be really good. It's a very interesting distinction that you drew out, and it's very important. Trying to be good is when my intentions are right, or at least partially right. I want to tell the truth. I want to lead a disciplined life. I want to do good to others, lead a life which is helpful to others. And the trying comes in because I have also these instincts in myself which prevent me from doing so. Maybe if I tell the truth, I'm going to lose something. People might not like me so much, or I might stand to lose financially. Maybe when I try to lead a disciplined life, the pleasure instinct gets the better of me, or the laziness instinct gets the better of me. Maybe when I try to do good to others, a kind of selfishness takes hold of me. Why should I spend my hard-earned money for others without any visible return? So this is what makes it a struggle. This struggle is called trying to be good, as distinct from what you called really good. Now that's interesting, because in Vedanta what we would say is, once the samskaras are purified, then predominantly our samskaras become good samskaras. Then the trying becomes less and less. So then to be good becomes more a question of, it's effortless now. It becomes part of my character. In fact, then trying to be bad would be an effort. So there comes a time when most of the samskaras are good and the life becomes transformed. You would call such a person, you'd call that person a saint. So it's all a matter of training yourself, and the samskaras, what one person has achieved, others can too. Sri Ramakrishna used to live near the bank of the river Ganga, and he would see these little boats plying up and down the river. And he saw that the boatman, they had big oars, poles, and they would have to push against the riverbed to push the boat out into the river. And that was hard work against the current of the river. But then he noticed, once the boat is in the current of the river, the boatman would sit back, and Sri Ramakrishna gives a graphic description. The boatman sits back, holds on to the rudder, and smokes a hookah. So that means he's merrily floating along. So there is a phase of struggle, and once you are in the midstream, you can just hold on to the rudder and guide the boat along the way you want to go. The effort is much less then, which means in the initial years, you are changing your samskaras by working very hard, and once the samskaras are changed, things go more in our favor. And then others might think, how is this person doing it? I used to think, how are the senior swamis rising so early in the morning and meditating for hours? I feel so sleepy. It's habit. It's a change of samskara. You do it, you'll be like that in no time at all. It seems to take years, but afterwards when you look back, it just got transformed soon. And there's this Zen story which I like of a monk who went to learn from a Zen master, meditation.
Okay.
And the Zen master said, these are You have to purify your mind and so on and so forth. After some time, the student came back and said, it's hopeless. Whenever I sit, my mind is full of bad thoughts. And the master said, you have to try and do this. Here is two heaps of very polished white stones and black stones, little pebbles. And whenever a unwanted thought comes into your mind, take up a black stone and put it in this bowl. And when the thought that you're holding on to, or the attitude that you're trying to cultivate, noble thought comes into your mind, take the white stone and put it in that bowl and meditate like this. So the initial days, the monks saw at the end of the day, the meditation, the bowl was mostly full of black stones, a few white stones here and there. But over time it changed until several months later, he was beginning to see many more white stones there and fewer black stones. So the samskaras are changing. One more point regarding this. There's a saying, Evam vritti samskara chakra avartamanam aharnisham avartamanam. The wheel of thoughts and subconscious tendencies is rotating day and night. So our thoughts bubble up from our tendencies. Our tendencies means what we have programmed ourselves in this life and past lives. So from that storehouse, it bubbles up. Our thoughts in the mind, our reactions to the world, they're all conditioned by our past lives and this life also. But those tendencies are beyond our reach because we are not able to access it. What we can access right now are our present thoughts. Whatever I feel now, whatever I can think now, at the most what I can remember, those things we can access. Now, to change the tendencies, you can't go directly down into your subconscious and change them directly. What you can do is, whatever is bubbling up in the mind, notice it dies down, it goes back to those tendencies again. If we hold on, if we let those thoughts proliferate in the mind, those existing tendencies will be strengthened. However, if you deliberately, through spiritual practice, when these thoughts are coming up and we are aware, that requires meditation and quietness. We are aware of what kind of thoughts are coming up and we deliberately replace them with positive thoughts. It could be the mantra. It could be just the opposite. A thought of anger can be replaced by a thought of peace. A thought of restlessness can be replaced by a thought of calmness and serenity, like that. If you keep deliberately doing that, and that takes effort, but whatever you replace, that one will go back into your subconscious and slowly change the storehouse of samskaras over a long period of time. It's not easy. But then we will ourselves see noble, positive, peaceful, joyous thoughts bubbling up from within. Then you are in the middle of the stream. Then it will, the boat will go merrily on its own without too much of hard work, Last point. Sri Ramakrishna also says that he notices how these boats go into the midstream and then they raise a little sail. Even now you can see on the Ganga in front of the Dakshineshwar Kali temple or Belur Mutt. So a little sail, cloth sail they raise and it catches the wind. The wind is already there, catches the wind and it moves much faster than you would be able to row. And you don't have to do anything, you just relax. That wind is the grace of God. What we would have been able to achieve maybe if we really tried for months and years, that wind does it for us. But for that we have to surrender to God. So grace of God is also necessary. Yes.
Wow, it's so beautifully put. I wanted to change the gears of the conversation a little bit. I think you mentioned before that you like to say the form of AI as Advaita. Intelligence.
Yeah, somebody told me, yes, in Bhopal, a gentleman said AI could stand for Advaitic intelligence. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
I never thought of that.
No, I remember that. And I wanted to ask you, because it's everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, but more importantly, they're talking about consciousness. They're saying that, can artificial intelligence can ever become conscious? And I think I saw a documentary where some people in Japan, they have a totally different understanding of what consciousness is. And they say the consciousness is connected to the body, which obviously is very different from Advaita, Vedanta, and everything. But I wanted to ask you, do you believe it's at all possible for artificial intelligence to ever become conscious?
Advaitic intelligence and AI. But it's not as silly as it sounds, because there's this a weird connection. Somebody told me the person behind OpenAI, Sam Altman, somebody asked Sam Altman, tell us something that you believe in which we don't know. And he said, Atman is Brahman. Yeah, it's apparently it's on his X feed or something like that. Anyway, that's what I heard. So there is actually this connection. It seems he's very interested in Vedanta. Yeah. Now, can artificial intelligence become conscious? It's a big question, and there's many sides to it. First of all, let's just note that the companies, organizations developing and using artificial intelligence right now and in the foreseeable future have really no interest in making AI conscious. They want AI for the things it can do for them, and that it can do very well without being conscious. You are using it for data analysis. You're using it for enhancing your search engines. It doesn't need to be conscious to do all that. You're using it for writing an essay. You're using it for composing a poem. You can do it without being conscious at all. However, it's an interesting question. Can it be conscious? And the reason why we are asking this question is, it seems to imitate human intelligence so well. That's why it's called artificial intelligence, and that's very close to consciousness. That's why the curiosity arises. So I am intelligent, hopefully, and AI is intelligent. I'm conscious. Is AI conscious? That question comes up in our mind. Right now, no, it isn't. How do you know? Because ask the experts, not me, just ask the experts. They will all say, yeah, we don't think that AI is conscious. And anyway, in any case, we have never programmed it for consciousness. So whatever they have done, they have not obviously programmed it for consciousness. And not only that, they would say that we don't know where to begin. If you ask us to program it for consciousness, we have no idea how to make anything conscious. Okay, from a Vedantic perspective, you said some Japanese researchers have a different idea of consciousness, which is body-related. It's not different. It's the basic idea of consciousness which we all have, whether we are consciousness studies people or just a layperson or us. We have to start the study of consciousness with the body-related consciousness, because that's where we experience consciousness first. When you talk about Vedanta and all that, most people will say, look, I understand the consciousness which is part of body and mind. I am conscious. Yes, who will deny that they are conscious? Not conscious. Who will deny that they are conscious? Everybody knows that they are conscious. But what almost all of us will say, I am conscious and there is a mind and there is a body. Body, mind, consciousness together, this we understand. So we have to start there. Pure consciousness, they will say, this is something strange. We don't understand this. We don't even know what you're talking about. Now this empirical consciousness, or the consciousness which you find in our day-to-day activities, can AI have that? When the question is asked, can AI be conscious, they actually mean the kind of consciousness which we are using right now. You are talking, you are listening, reading, enjoying, suffering. This is consciousness. Sensory consciousness, judgmental consciousness, memory level, desires and all of that. So this one, is it possible for AI to have? From a Vedantic perspective, the answer is, first answer would be no, but then there would be a considered yes, possibly in the future, in principle. Why no? Why no? Because the Vedantic perspective is that the consciousness which we have right now is the consciousness found in the subtle body. Unless you can design a subtle body, there won't be consciousness there. You can, so AI right now is that intelligence which you find in AI is not really a human intelligence. It's a good imitation of human intelligence, but the processes going on in that AI, in the computer, in the algorithms, is very different from the biological processes going on in the mind. Yeah. There may be some distant mapping, but actually the processes are quite different. Vedanta says consciousness is everywhere in the sense of Brahman. But you need a reflector, a medium which will catch that consciousness and make it transactional. Such a reflector is our subtle body, our minds. Somebody asked me a few days ago, one question I can't understand is that, I don't understand the answer to that, is that if consciousness is everywhere, then it should be there in a dead body. Then what is it that has left the dead body? Brahman is everywhere and Brahman is consciousness. It should be there in this table and chair. And if a person dies, the dead body should also have consciousness. Yes. So Brahman is everywhere and the dead body also. Brahman is there also as existence itself. After all, the dead body does exist. So the existence there is borrowed from Brahman. But the consciousness there is not evident because the subtle body has left. That's the definition of death in Vedanta. If the subtle body leaves the physical body, that's called death. In Vedanta, I think most Indian religions would put it that way. We say in Hindi, wo chale gaye. Wo chale gaye means the one has left death. Kya chala gaya? What left? It's a subtle body which has left. The subtle body catches the reflection of consciousness, and that's what we feel as this empirical consciousness. When you see the Japanese researchers are talking about consciousness related to the body, Vedanta would say, yes, they're talking about the consciousness which they are experiencing, which is the reflected consciousness which is experienced in the mind. Unless you can design such a subtle body, unless you can design such a mind, there won't be reflected consciousness, and there won't be the kind of consciousness people are interested in. AI will not become conscious. This is the answer. All this is explanation of no, why AI cannot become conscious according to Vedanta. Now I said considered, yes, in principle it is possible. Why? A person might ask, all right, wait a minute. This subtle body, what's it made of? So suppose I have to make a subtle body in order to reflect consciousness. Now what's it made of? According to Vedanta, even the subtle body is made of matter. Physical body is made of matter, subtle body is made of matter. Sukshma, subtle matter, we call it Sukshma Tanmatras. Tanmatras are Sukshma Panchabhuta. Sukshma Panchabhuta means the subtle forms of the 5 elements of earth, space, water, air, and so on. That's the ancient cosmology. But the point to be taken from here is that subtle bodies are also matter. If subtle bodies are matter, if physical body is matter, then a scientist working with matter one day might be able to understand how a subtle body is made and how it functions, and might be able to make an artificial subtle body. Now, if consciousness is everywhere, that artificial subtle body should be able to reflect consciousness by your own Vedantic logic. And I have to say, yes, in principle, it might be possible sometime in the future, but it would require drastic improvements in changes in physics, for example.
Oh, wow.
Our understanding of matter has to change in that case.
Now that we talked about physics, by any chance, have you ever read the Chinese novel Three-Body Problem?
I've heard about it, and they have made a television serial about it also recently. The Chinese science fiction writer, yes.
Yeah, and not just that, but like even Matrix and Inception, there's so many movies out there and shows out there that kind of, and if you search online about it, they're like, oh, they've taken this from Vedanta. A lot of these philosophies, a lot of these technicalities, it's not like American or West kind of philosophy. It's very much towards the India, towards the East. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, whether consciously or unconsciously, these ideas have percolated from the East to the West, and it's not a new thing. It's been happening since the time of the Greek civilization. So some of these ideas are already there in Western philosophy, not mainstream. People don't give, they're not in fashion anymore. Idealism is out of fashion, philosophical type of idealism. So, yes, there is an influence of Vedanta, yoga, Buddhism upon popular culture. The Matrix movie, I think there's the play and the movie, The Lion King, and the idea of the cycle of life, resurrection, even the resurrection in the sense of new births, multiple lifetimes, that we are not the body. So the bodies can be interchangeable. One body can be dropped, another can be taken up. I read a science fiction novel once where they talked about the person exists in like a pen drive, and there are sockets implanted in the body. You can plug in the pen drive into that body, and that person will come alive in that body. And look, so the hardware has changed, but the person is still the same. Now I suddenly have a new body, but I'm still the same. So this is remarkably like the idea of multiple lifetimes and going from one life to another. So instead of a pen drive, what Vedanta would say that is your subtle body is like that pen drive, which carries all your impressions, your personality, your memories, and is plugged into a new body as a new baby body. And when you're reborn,
Beautifully said. Just to end this episode, I would love to end it by doing a Gosha meditation for just a couple of minutes. It truly helped me disassociate myself from the mind and body, and I really feel like it would help our viewers as well. So if you could do a short meditation together.
Yes. But remember, the dissociation is just a way of stepping back from a kind of overwhelming involvement with body, mind, and world into the witness consciousness. But that's not the end of Vedanta. Vedanta is not dissociation. Vedanta is, in fact, oneness. So afterwards, after you realize that you're the witness consciousness, quite apart from body and mind, then you see the body and mind are not apart from you. They are just your projections. Just like in the dream, we seem to have a body and mind also. But when we wake up, we realize we were not that body and mind. But that body and mind depends upon you, the dreamer. It has no existence apart from you, right? In the dream, the person you were and everybody else was is entirely dependent upon you, the dreaming person. Similarly here. The Kosha meditation, you want me to do a guided meditation? Yes. So the Kosha meditation is based upon the Taittiriya Upanishad, on the second chapter, Brahmananda Valli. It's a way of enlightenment. So what it does is, it starts with the physical body. And then it goes inwards, not physically inside the body. Because physically inside the body, if you go with a probe, you will find more of the body, flesh and blood and bones. No, inwards into your experience. So we experience the body. More subtle experience is of breath. A more subtle experience is of mind, more inwards. And the more subtle experience is of the intellect, which we are using right now. And that way. So there are 5 koshas. Kosha literally means a covering, a sheath. So the paradigm is, you, the reality, you seem to be covered. We seem to be covered by 5 sheaths with which we have identified ourselves. It's as if I'm identified with my shirt and my vest. I don't know that I'm not the shirt, I'm not the vest. Similarly, I am identified with the physical body, with the pranic body, with the mental body, with the intellectual body. But they are all bodies, it's not me. It's not a 3-body problem, it's a 5-body problem. So we have a physical body, a pranic body, a subtle, that is a mental body, intellectual body, and what's called a causal body. All of them are like sheets. They are covering our real nature. Apart from that, we are the witness consciousness. So we are going to do this little meditation now, which is based on the koshas, the 5-body problem, let us say. Remember, when we go through this meditation, none of it is theoretical. Just as this body is not theoretical for any of us, we all know that we have this body. So let us, when you're comfortable, you relax and sit straight, not rigid. And when you're comfortable, you close your eyes. Breathe normally. By normally, I mean don't strain, don't try to increase or shorten the breath. If short breaths come, let them come. If long breaths come, let them come. Become aware of the sensations of the body, the heaviness, the pressure, discomforts, if any. Whole body. And notice that this body is an object. I am aware of the body. I am the subject. I am the experiencer of the body. And the body is like an experienced object. I am aware. The body is not aware. I am aware of the body is not aware of me. Because I am the subject and the body is an object, I cannot be the body. The subject and the object are different. I am the experiencer, the body is the experienced. Because I am aware and the body is not aware of me, the sentient being, the body is not aware of itself or anything else. I am the one who is aware. Aware and not aware, sentient and insentient cannot be the same, hence I am not the body. When we look inwards, in our own experience, you breathe in and you breathe out. This breath is the tip of a system called prana. This prana too also I am not, because I am the subject and the prana is the object. I have experienced the prana is something experienced. When the breath goes in, I am aware of the ingoing breath. When the breath flows out, I am aware of the outflowing breath. I am aware of the breath is not aware of itself, or of me, or of anything else. Because of subject and object, because of sentient and insentient, aware, not aware, I am not the breath. The body is a sheath, the breath is a sheath. Annamaya kosha, pranamaya kosha. Look inwards in your own experience and you find the mind. Thoughts, emotions, memories. Very subtle. And yet it is a body, it is not me. Because it's an object. Thoughts are objects also. I am aware of the thoughts, I can see the thoughts. And I am the subject. Also, thoughts are not conscious in and of themselves. I am aware of the thoughts, and it's actually because of my proximity as awareness, the thoughts seem to be conscious also. No thought knows itself or any other thought. I know all the thoughts and I know myself. So I am awareness. Thoughts are not aware. Aware and not aware, subject and object. Hence, I am not the thoughts. I am not the mind. The mind becomes a sheath, a covering. Looking inward, similarly, I find another division of the mind. A new label is given, intellect. Specifically, the capacity I'm using now, trying to understand and process all of this. This intellect, this buddhi or intellect, this too is an object. I'm aware of it. When I understand something, I'm aware, I've understood. When we are working as kids on scientific problems or our math homework, and we struggled with it, we were aware, we did not get it, we were struggling with it. So the buddhi or the intellect is something that we are the subject and it's an object. I am not the intellect. I am aware of the intellect is not aware. Go further. Do a thought experiment where you're not aware of the world. The body is asleep, you're not aware of the body at all. No thoughts come, no memories come, no ideas come, no sensations, just blank. Even the sense of ego is gone. Nothing, just blank. That empty space, this is called the causal body. This too is an object. It is something that is experienced. Every day in our deep sleep we experience it. In anesthesia we experience it. Therefore it's an object. And I, the experiencing consciousness, I am the subject. Object and subject can never be the same. I am aware, and this blankness is not aware. Hence, I am not this blankness. I am not this darkness. I am the witness of the darkness. When there are thoughts, I am the witness. When there are no thoughts, I am the witness. Between two thoughts, there is a blankness. I am the witness. Hence, this causal body also I am not. It becomes the causal sheath. Then what am I? If I am not the physical body, if I am not the pranic body, if I am not the subtle mental body, if I am not the intellect body, if I am not the causal body, then what am I? All those bodies are sheaths. And I am that to which all of them are appearing and disappearing. When the physical body is experienced, I am. When the pranic body is experienced, I am. When the mental body and the intellect body are experienced, I am. And when none of this is experienced, just blankness, the causal body, I am. This I am, this presence is always there. Usually it's mixed up with the activities of the 5 bodies, the 5 sheaths. But by itself it's not an object. Its existence is understood first because of the experience of other objects, and second, because it is self-luminous. It's very subtle, but it exists. That which is the witness of the 5 sheets, I am. When you are comfortable, open your eyes. One should note 2 things. Note that all the problems are at the level of the bodies. Sickness comes in the pranic body. Old age, mutilations, deformities come in the physical body. Unhappiness comes in the mental body. Confusion and delusion comes in the intellect body. And all their seeds lie in the causal body. But none of them affect me. The I am, that consciousness does not get old. It does not get hungry or thirsty. The pranic body does get hungry or thirsty. It does not get diseased. It doesn't get COVID. It's the body and the pranic system which gets COVID. It does not get depressed. It's the mind which can get depressed. It does not also get excited. It illumines the excitement in the mind. So it does not get deluded. It's not even affected by ignorance. Ignorance affects the intellect, not me, the I am. So hence, this I am is ever trouble-free. Beyond this lies non-duality. This I am which we have traced, now we have to ask, what is its relation to the world? What is its relation to the 5 bodies? Is it truly separate from them, or are they one with it? So ultimately, Vedanta will say the 5 bodies are actually not separate from you. You are separate from them. Just like everything in a dream is not separate from you because it can't exist without you. But you are separate. You are independent of the things and the people in the dream. You exist without them. They can't exist without you. Our projections in our dream. Similarly, the 5 bodies in the external universe, they are all related as appearances in one consciousness, in that I am. And hence non-duality is established. That there is no real separate second existence apart from the I am.
The question is that, do you think that if the youth begin to have this self-inquiry process, can they alleviate their suffering without being dependent on external factors?
Absolutely. I think it's helpful to start with yourself.
Yeah.
Instead of starting with a spiritual teaching or a spiritual master, start with oneself. And then I begin to see that the way I'm leading my life, it is not giving me lasting happiness or fulfillment. It's giving me some kind of pleasure once in a while, and a lot of unhappiness and a mounting sense of, futility, despair. And then the spiritual teachings, different paths and different masters, they begin to make sense. So, for example, I see that whatever I've tried to do in my life, I've tried to do it for myself to make this one person happy. And then we notice that it hasn't worked. It doesn't work. I've been doing it, as you said, 23 years, from babyhood to childhood to teenage to, youth. We have been trying different ways to make ourselves happy. Not working. We look around other people. We see that it's not working also. And yet there are some people who are happy, who are fulfilled. And when we look into their life, we find certain common characteristics, which you put them together, that's what's called spirituality. Selflessness instead of selfishness. Focus instead of distraction. Love instead of desire. And knowledge of the self, who or what we are, rather than knowledge of the world. So these are certain core ideas around which all spiritual paths are built. The claim of spiritual life is that fulfillment is actually possible. You see, people try to get fulfillment from the world, as you said, through relationships, through sense pleasures, in many ways, it's occupation, job. And they get mixed results, mostly kind of futility, unhappiness. Temporary. And then people get this idea that maybe this is the best that's possible. And nothing more than this is possible. spirituality comes in here, yoga, Vedanta, the different spiritual paths, they say that no, deep fulfillment is possible. Overcoming suffering is possible. So my answer to your question would be, start with yourself. See that there is a growing dissatisfaction with life, and then there is this promise that deep satisfaction is actually possible. Then which reasonable person wouldn't, try to at least inquire and practice that?
So, Swamiji, I know you give a lot of lectures and talk at prestigious schools like IIM and IIT. And I'm guessing that because the intellectual youth are curious, they want reason, they want logic. Now, I know that for most of us, and we want basically some type of factual evidence that, what you're saying with Vedanta is saying is true. My question is, with the path of Jnana, the path of knowledge, how can the youth practically implement those 3 stages of listening, hearing, contemplating, and meditating? If you can briefly explain that.
Yes. This is preeminently an age of reason and experience. I don't know if there was a time in the past when one could say that call a religion because I say so, or because the books say so, or spiritual masters say so. Maybe at one time that was so. But right now, it's no longer really possible. Right now, and I think it's a good thing that people want evidence. People want actual concrete proof. And Jnana Yoga is actually very suited to that, the path of knowledge, path of Advaita Vedanta. Because it starts with yourself. It doesn't start with a God or a promise of a heaven. It starts with what we are and who we are. And it's very easy, very interesting to compare the paradigms that are available to us. There's one paradigm of spirituality, which is a devotional paradigm. We are told that there is God,
Bhakti
yoga, and you believe in God, have faith, love, devotion, surrender, prayer. That's the way. The problem with that is it's not so easy to have that kind of faith, at least at the beginning. Then there is another path, the yogic path. I'm calling it the yogic path, but it's found in various forms across the world in different religions. That path says not faith, not belief, but experience. So I will show you certain techniques, and you follow these techniques, and you will get some extraordinary experiences, which will prove to you the claims of religion. Like Vivekananda said, if God exists, can I see God? If I have an immortal soul, I should be able to feel it. So this demand for empirical experience, empirical proof, the yogi path is especially suited. I see that here on the table you have the Raja Yoga book. Yes, so this is preeminently a yogic path. It's based on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And Swami Vivekananda, in fact, I think quite deliberately, this was the first book that he translated and he taught in the United States. It was published from the Vedanta Society of New York, actually.
Oh, wow.
But there too, there is a slight hitch, a slight problem, if I may put it that way. Problem is this. Yogic path will give you experiences, but what kind of experiences? Those are extraordinary experiences, samadhi-based experiences, what you might call mystical experiences. Kundalini awakening, superconscious states of the mind. So what one might call mystic experiences, visions and the like. And that's great. There are genuine mystical experiences which saints and mystics throughout the ages in different religions have testified to it, and those are life transforming and worthwhile path to pursue. The only difficulty is there too there's a possibility of skepticism because who knows whether it's true? Who knows whether you are having a mystical experience or you're just high, or you're having, a neuroscientist would say that you have a stroke in your brain or something that's what's making you feel that you're one with, you feel that you're one with the universe, but actually you are not. It's just a problem with your brain or something. So mystical experiences can be doubted. One reason is because they are not common experiences, right? So they are extraordinary. They are rare. Sri Ramakrishna is having a vision of Mother Ma Kali. But if you read the description, he is an ecstasy. He's having the vision. But all the people around him, they are not having that vision. Yeah.
We used to call him crazy.
They used to call him crazy, most of them. Some of them believed him. Some who were spiritually advanced, they felt that ecstasy in the presence of Sri Ramakrishna. But most people, at least at that time, they would think, he's a mad Brahmin of the Dakshineshwar, the priest of Kali and so on. And mystics of all ages have had to face that charge that you're just crazy, you're just plain mad. The peculiar advantage of the path of Advaita Vedanta is it doesn't say that you have to believe in something. No, you have to understand. You have to realize it. It also doesn't say that you have to wait for extraordinary mystical experiences. It says our daily experiences. Just like this, we are talking to each other. The experience of subject and object in this world. Like, who doesn't have that? All of us, all our experiences are subject and object. Or the experience of waking, dreaming, deep sleep. Who doesn't have a waking experience? All of us, we are awake. We dream. We also go into deep sleep. And Vedanta says that's enough to begin the inquiry into what we are. The experience of the 5 levels of the human personality. The physical body, the vital body, the mental body, the intellect, beyond that. Everybody, all of us, we have that. What Vedanta does is, it draws our attention to something that's already there, not a future mystical experience. Right here, right now, everybody has it. Whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God, whether you believe in Vedanta or not, that doesn't matter. What we need is your attention towards the most favorite subject of each one of us, we ourselves. For you to attend to your own experience of yourself, and we need reasoning. We're going to reason, logically point out something in our own experience. So that's the beauty of Advaita Vedanta, because it roots the spiritual search in experience and reason. And again, experience means not the yogic kind of experience, which says that do this, in future you will have some spectacular yogic experience. All true, all possible, and it happens all the time. But it's rare and it's still in the future. But here we're talking about our quotidian experience, daily experience, and an inquiry into that. That's the beauty of the Advaitic approach.
When we both are speaking, and this is in the present moment, so who is speaking? It's not my mind, it's not my thought, are we both the consciousness that basically shining on both of us, right?
Right. But you do it this way. I am having this experience, my experience of life itself right now. And here is this universe which I'm experiencing. In fact, Vedanta says, notice the nature of this experience. There are forms which you are seeing. There are sounds which we are hearing. Bird. Oh. The sounds which we are hearing. Smell, taste, touch. Then look inwards. Not just these sense experience. We are also having experiences, subtle experiences within. Thoughts, memories, the ego, a sense of I. All of these, whether external objects like form and taste is coming from the world outside, or internally generated, all of these are objects which we are experiencing. Now, what is it that is experiencing all of it? We'll immediately say, I am experiencing. But what's the nature of that I? Is it a body? And the body is also an object. I can see the body. I can touch it, taste it. Yes. Is it the mind? The mind is also something that I can experience. A first-person internal experience will be in introspect. So these are all objects appearing to me. In that case, if the body is also an object to me, if thoughts and feelings are also objects to me, then I must be something that is not body and mind. And that one also must be aware, because it's having all these experiences. So this bodiless awareness, this awareness which transcends mind and thinking, this is who I am. By experience and by logic. First, this pointing out is done. The methodology, the logic behind it is understood. Then we must actually proceed to notice it. So there are actual exercises in Vedanta. For example, you take up an object outside. You take up, say, this Gerua cloth. You are seeing the Gerua cloth. And you notice the eyes are seeing the cloth. The eyes are different from the cloth. Then now you have to focus your attention away from the cloth to the eyes themselves. You blink the eyes and open the eyes. You notice the eyes themselves. Then the eyes become the object of my experience. And who is experiencing? The mind. The mind is the seer and the eyes are the seeing now. Seeing within quotes. Then you draw your attention to the mind itself. Thoughts, emotions, ideas, memory. Those are also objects.
There's something behind the mind.
I want to say someone, some awareness. Now, which one am I? Am I an object out there or something in here? We'll always say, I'm in here. I'm here. The object is there. Then I am here. The object is the I. I am there. The object is the mind. I am that awareness. And then you notice physical problems, illness, weakness, old age, even death. That's of the body, which is an object to me. Mental ups and downs, depression, unhappiness, even pleasure and pain, they are in the mind. I am the awareness. Because the awareness itself is different from the body and different from the mind, the awareness is not something that undergoes old age, disease, or death. Awareness is not overweight. The body is overweight. Awareness is not, thick. The body can be sick. Awareness is not depressed or frustrated. It's the mind which is depressed or frustrated. I am aware of it, but I am not it. It's an argument. It's like a logical bit of reasoning. But actually what you do is you begin to see this, sit quietly and notice this. Then your very conception of yourself begins to change. Body is still there with its problems. The world is still there with its problems. The mind is still there with its problems. But I find within myself an entirely problem-free existence. And from that perspective, now I can engage with the mind and the body and the world in a much more calm, powerful, and effective way. Not in, some writer wrote, most men live lives of quiet desperation. So not in a way of desperation. Yeah. Inside that, call it the divinity, call it Atman, whatever you call it, that you're perfectly all right there. You're perfectly safe and secure there. From that position, when you deal with the mind and the body and the world, it's a much better way of being. You are always blissful. You have to be careful with the word. Normally, when you say blissful, it's a feeling in the mind, happiness, bliss. Is that awareness blissful, or the awareness is free of all kinds of problems, all kinds of limitation and suffering? When you see that, there is great peace and happiness in the mind. So that is a spiritual joy. And that does not depend on anything in the world. And that's always there. Even if there are problems in the world, your inner peace is always there.
So, Swamiji, what you were talking about, the process you just explained. So I read a lot about Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, and I think his niti, when he does, and he kind of eliminates like who you are, and then he gets back to I am that pure awareness, your God. And I remember I think in his childhood, he used to lie down, like the days that he's like basically dead. And do you know that story by any chance?
Yeah. The story of Ramana Maharishi's enlightenment. Yeah. So what he did was, as you said, he thought, what would it like to be dead? Yeah. I don't think he did it many times. He just did it maybe the once. Okay. He just lay down on the floor in his room and he closed his eyes and pretended very hard to be dead. And he saw that it could be that the body is dead, but he realized I am this awareness beyond the body mind. He made that breakthrough right there and then. And that's something, notice, it stayed with him effortlessly ever after. Yeah, he did a tremendous amount of like absorptive meditation. It's not really sadhana, There's a very interesting thing about that. Sadhana, the word sadhana means practices. It's used in an instrumental sense. That means I need to do something, like I need to come to Deoghar. So that's my sadhya, the goal. And the sadhan which I use, the method or the instrument might be the train or the plane. And I am the sadhaka, the practitioner. So I am the one who's seeking a goal, and I do a practice in order to get to the goal. In Ramana Maharishi's case, that's not true. He already made the breakthrough. He was not even looking for enlightenment. You just had this question, and then he tried it hard. He imagined it. And then he tried hard, and he made the breakthrough. Now, afterwards, you will see, it seems like very hard sadhana. He remained in samadhi for days and days and days on end, without any care whether the body lived or not. He just wanted to go away from all distraction and remain absorbed in what he had found. That is so extraordinary. Now, from the outside, it looked like sadhana. But actually there, he is not seeking something. When we do spiritual practice, we are seeking. We're seeking God or self-knowledge or whatever you call it. But he's not seeking. He's already found it. what he's doing there is he's staying with what he has found. And it might not be very much in his case like a deliberate practice, because it's so powerful and so enormously attractive within. He just wants to stay with that. But that was, you might call it a sadhana. It's just staying with the realization that he had. Now, will it work if I just lie down on the floor and pretend to be dead? Will I become enlightened? Not necessarily. Most probably it won't work for us. My personal belief and the belief of many Vedantins would be, he was already a spiritually very advanced person. It just needed a little bit to tip him over into something that probably he had already achieved in earlier lives. And then he remained in that state ever after. Again, I have to be careful. It's not even a state. It's his real nature. States are like states of the mind. Waking is a state of the mind. The same mind goes into another state, which is dream. It can go into absorptive trance states, meditative state. It can go into a deep sleep state. They are states. But you are not a state. You are the reality to which all states appear and disappear. Ramana Maharshi was centered in that reality.
And so, let's say when I leave my body, and if I don't get a physical form like immediately, because I don't know when that happens, so where will my soul or consciousness, what you call it, where will it go? Because I've been reading a lot about lokas and other dimensions and light on other planets or dimensions. So is that true? Are there other lokas, and where will I go?
We do believe that there are other lokas, but notice the word believe. So it's taken on faith. In different religions, just about every religion of the world, all religions of the world, in fact, they talk about a post-mortem existence. If we did not exist after death in some form or the other, religion itself would not be possible. It would be pointless. It might be a nice moral exercise while we are alive, but if I'm going to die and nothing is left of me after death, what's the point of it all there? I mean, I could just bear with this life and do whatever I please, because I'll be soon gone. I could lead a reasonably good life or a dissolute life or whatever it is. Very soon it'll be over anyway. If I lead a good life, it might have a good impact on others in the future. But I would be gone. So a purely reductionist, materialist perspective, it makes religion sort of pointless. So all religions propose that we exist after death. Hinduism says we existed before death. We will continue to exist after death. We go through many, many births and life. So what happens after death before we take a birth in some other physical form? We go to different lokas, which are like different worlds, different spheres of experience. Some of them may be unpleasant. They are what are called hells or lower world. Some of them may be very pleasant, much better than this. They are more like dream-like experiences. Some could be a very pleasant dream. Some could be nightmares. So the Jivatman, it goes to these different lokas based on its past karma. Now, we don't give too much importance to this. We believe in it. We means Vedantics, Advaitins. We believe in all of this. This is there in the Upanishads. This is there in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna teaches it also. It's a common belief in all varieties of Hinduism, Buddhism. A religion which does not talk about God, but it still talks about the individual going to different planes of existence after death and then coming back again, propelled by my past karma. So you get different kinds of experiences there and you come back again. But the point is, here and now, I must make this breakthrough and attain to my real nature, realize my own real nature. That is the purpose of this series of continued experiences. Experience in this life, good experiences, awful experiences, experience after death, experiences in the higher heaven, higher locus, or in the more unpleasant locus. All of this is supposed to push me towards enlightenment. That's the point. And that's what I should be pursuing now. Right.
Because I can ask you, there's a Western philosophy. It's much less intense than Vedanta. I'm sure you've heard of it, YOLO, which you only live once, which is, this is like trending when I was in my college. And this basically means, right, do whatever the hell you want to. You could have fun. You can do whatever you want because you're not going to live again. So it doesn't matter, right? So what do you say in your defense or in Vedanta's defense?
It's entirely wrong because it's not going to go away. The idea that you live only once, that idea comes from the unexamined presupposition that I, this conscious sentient being, am somehow a product of this particular body, especially the nerve of the brain and the nervous system. It's generating consciousness in some way, sentience in some way, and lo and behold, I'm this guy or this person. And when this body dies, clearly the brain will die. Clearly the nervous system will die. So it will not produce me anymore and I'm gone forever. But then there is this unexamined assumption. Is it true that I, this conscious being, am a product of material processes in this living body? Once the body dies, those processes come to a halt and I'm gone. Is it true? And it so happens that this is the big, so-called hard problem of consciousness. This is what, in the cutting edge of consciousness studies today, this is what researchers, neuroscientists, psychologists, philosophers of mind, even the people in AI research, they are beginning to realize you can't reduce consciousness, sentience, down to material processes in the brain and the nervous system. In that case, my argument is that if the body dies, surely the brain will die, the nervous system will die, will perish. But if you can't reduce sentience, consciousness, brain and nervous system, what makes you so sure that the consciousness will not continue even after the death of this body? If it's not being produced by the brain, then it's there now. The brain goes, maybe I lose all my ability to interact with the world. It's like a doorway being shut, like the instrument failing. But that if the instrument fails, if the door is shut, doesn't mean I am gone forever. I could still very well be there, and I might get a new instrument with which to interact with the world. So when you say you live only once, it's a dangerously limiting philosophy, because I'm operating on the basis, do whatever I will do now, and it won't affect anything, because after all, I'll be gone very soon. Well, suppose you won't be gone very soon. Then in that case, whatever I'm doing now will be carried forward.
Building that karma.
We are building that karma. We are building those samskaras, those tendencies. It will be very difficult to fight against and undo 40 years down the line, 1 or 2 lives down the line also.
It's a saying, right, that when the tree or the plant is small, you can change it, the habit will start as it keeps growing up, and we don't even know how many life we've been here for. Yeah. So then it's even more difficult, which I can see in myself, like once I began to get awareness that there's some compulsions I have, which maybe are from past life too. So the sooner you become aware, the sooner you can maybe
careful, live more consciously. Not even prescribing that you do this or do that, more aware of we are, of what I am, what I'm thinking, what I'm saying, and what I'm doing, the better it is for us. So this YOLO is not a new philosophy. Yeah. It's a very ancient philosophy. In this land where we are sitting in India, there were this ancient school of materialists. They were called the Charvakas. And they had exactly the same philosophy. Eat, drink, and make merry, because once the body is dead, it'll be burnt and will never come back from the ashes. So it's a borrow money if you must and have fun. Nobody's going to come and collect your debts anymore. So that is the school of materialists. It's entirely based on the idea that we are body and nothing other than body. And that's now, especially in this time in the 21st century, this is the big question. Are we really just the body, just the brain and the nervous system and nothing more? And who's asking this question? Not Vedantic, not Buddhists. The neuroscientists are asking this question. Philosophers of mind today are asking this question.
And then Deepak Chopra, Rajiv Mehrotra, some people are coming out and taking this discussion forward.
David Chalmers, he's the one who coined the term hard problem of consciousness. I've heard of Bernardo Kastrup, of Donald Hoffman. These are people who are seriously questioning whether consciousness can at all be reduced to just body and mind, bodily functions.
I have a fun question for you, Swami. You spent a lot of time in the Himalayas because you renounced as a monk, you did your vows. Was there any interesting experience or encounter you had? I don't know anything. I mean, I've read about levitation, astral body travel, something you ever saw or experienced that maybe shocked you as well?
It's not that I spent a lot of time there. I spent a few months on different occasions. But yes, I had a number of interesting experiences. Nothing like people levitating, but I met some wonderful monks practitioners there, and some not so wonderful ones also. So all in all, it was a very sort of colorful experience. I can tell you about this one monk I met in Gangotri, high up in the Himalayas. So this monk, he invited me to another monk of our order. Two of us, we went up with him to where he lived. He literally lived in a hole in the ground, just close to the river, the Ganga, which is just ice melted from the glacier. And he lived on you had to crawl inside on all fours. We crawled inside and we followed him inside. It was pitch dark, and he sat there. And we asked him, "Why don't you live up there? There's a big cave, nice cave there." And he said, "Well, I wanted to, but there's a bear who lives there, and the bear is a kind of a bully. And so this hole, it's too small for the bear to enter. So that's why I live in this hole." And in that pitch dark, in there, with the roar of the river just a little muted, by the rocks, I still remember, he chanted and explained the 4th chapter of the Gita to us. So that I had numerous such experiences. Nothing magical or supernatural, though some monks did tell me about their own experiences.
I know, like my mom's guru is named Crowley Baba, and I know there's a lot of stories of him where he was out of his body to do actual travel, and sometimes when he would make like puris and there was no oil, and then he would go fetch a bucket of water, and then the puris would cook in that water. So, I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of steps, like Ramatishan was also considered the right.
Yes, such things are possible. Such phenomena are possible. For example, the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, speaks about a lot of siddhai, occult powers. I have myself seen a little bit in some case of some monks, just a little bit here and there, like telepathy, knowing what's in the thoughts of another person. However, I must say that all great spiritual masters have cautioned us against pursuing these powers. They are so attractive that they can easily deviate a spiritual seeker from their spiritual goal. So just imagine, in this world, people are attracted by wealth or beauty or power or learning. These are worldly powers. You can call them powers. So these occult powers are even more attractive than this. And that's why many spiritual seekers in different religions of the world, it's not just that the yogis get it. Anybody who engages in some serious spiritual pursuit is likely to develop some such powers. Yogis get it in a very powerful sense because those practices are designed to evoke, to awaken this energy. But even if you're a devotee who is devoted to God, bhakti, or even in the path of Vedantic inquiry, because you are oriented towards the ultimate reality, you will come across some of these phenomena. But we are strongly advised to keep our eyes on the goal and carefully avoid all this.
Because siddhi, even if you get the siddhi, there's a chance that you become egotistical and
addicted to them. Someone like Neem Karoli Baba or other great masters, they were already fully realized. And even when they did use these siddhis, they had these powers. It was mostly for the purpose of benefit of others and not to glorify themselves. Maybe just to create a little bit of faith in people who were still a little shaky, whether such a thing is possible. Does God exist? Does what religion says, is it true? Sometimes such demonstrations might attract people, but that's it. They are not very useful after that.
But did Grey or Kripa from fully realized, saints or someone who's enlightened, does it actually help you if you're traveling?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought it up. Of all the spiritual powers, so-called occult powers, far higher, far greater is this grace you're talking about. This is a power, but it comes straight from God, from Ishvara or Bhagavan. The effect of this power is always one, that it awakens spirituality in others. So, something that was sort of theoretical for me suddenly becomes real. You really, really, for example, believe in the existence of God if you're in a path of bhakti, or if you're a path of meditation, you are trying all these years to concentrate, Maybe your mind was fickle, we are slowly progressing or not progressing, we didn't know, everything seemed mechanical. Suddenly it comes alive and you're absorbed in deep meditation for the first time. You're like sucked into it and still, mind is still. That is grace. Or in the path of knowledge, you're reading all these books and thinking and trying this meditation, that meditation, these pointing out pointers, and and all of it still seemed intellectual, not quite real. But suddenly you see it, like the curtain is removed, and you begin to see what all these texts were talking about. Now you're no longer seeking. Now you know very clearly. Now the text starts speaking to you because you are in sync, in tune with what they're trying to say. All of this there's some grace there, because you realize it is not really a direct result of my efforts. It's not. You have to make the effort. But the effort is just like saying that I want it. You go to your mother and you must, make a fuss. I want this. But when it's given to you, it's given by the mother. It's not really, you didn't get it by yourself, but you made the demand. So our sadhana, you can think of it, our spiritual practices, what we do, devotion, meditation, Vedantic inquiry, whatever it is. It's like a child demanding something from God, universe, or whatever it is. And then the answer comes. That's grace.
Just before, we took our flight from Delhi. So we have a Kali Ma Murti in our home, like this big. And she was there with all the other gods and goddesses. So I took her out from the place and I put her in front and I started crying and shedding tears. And I said, Swami Sarvapriyananda ji is in India, Mata, where you have to, make me do a episode with him. This is the only thing I want. And I said that, just like Ramakrishna ji told Vivekananda ji to ask him, I am asking you this. And then I believe in this 100% it happened.
See, and it's happened.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, it does. Swamiji, there's a question I have in Hindi. I'm so sorry to bother you with this because it's referring to an old Hindi song it goes like this. Dunya banane wale, kya tere man mein samaye, काय को ये दुनिया बनाए. So is there so much suffering and dukh in this world? And we have to take that in. Why did God, who loves us so much, make the world?
That's old question and important question. The religions of the world, the religions which believe in God, they have to answer this question because this is the question posed to them. If there is a God at all, and God is powerful enough to create this world and is a good and loving God. So good and loving and omnipotent, all powerful. If you put them together, in that case, why is there suffering? Why is there evil? And like a good parent. See, parents want the best for us, for the children. But they're human parents, so they don't have the power to make everything all right for them. But if they could, they would. All parents would want that the children would not suffer. So God is our parent, father or mother. Why would God make us suffer? This is the question. In theology, this is called the problem of evil, problem of suffering, problem of evil. Notice this arises only in the God-centered religions. If you in Christianity or Islam or in Hinduism, you're Vaishnavism, Shaivism, God exists. So God is the center of that religion. If you don't have a God-centered religion, the question doesn't arise. If you ask this question to a Buddhist, why is there so much suffering? The answer will be, that's the nature of this world. Why did God create this world? They say God did not create this world. It's a material world, come up to material processes. And it's the very nature of this world that because of continuous change and our tendency to grasp what we like and fear what we do not like, the whole thing is changing. The result will be suffering. I like this thing, this place, this person, this job, it's money, this social media, like. And I want to hold on to it, have more and more of it. But it keeps on changing. So it will never be what I want it to be. Even if it is what exactly I want it to be next moment, it will change. So it will produce suffering. And there are certain things I don't like in this world. I don't want to be ill. I don't want to be disliked. I don't want to fail. I don't want to be dishonored. But because everything is continuously changing, some of those things will also come my way. And they will go away again. The very nature of the world is such, the answer the Buddhists will give you, the very nature of the world is such that it produces suffering. This was the Buddha's first noble truth. that there is suffering. Sarvam dukkham. Suffering is all pervasive. Because this is the very nature of the world. From a God-centered perspective, in Hinduism, what would the answer be? Multiple answers. There is a book by Arthur Herman, The Problem of Evil in Indian Thought, The Problem of Evil. There he doesn't limit himself just to Indian systems. He looks across the world, all religions, and then he finds 23 answers to your question. 23 answers. So I suggest that book. None of those answers are very satisfying, but these are answers proposed by different religions, different times. You might be curious, what are these answers like? And give you a few of them. One answer is that God made this suffering in order to develop our character. Through suffering, one becomes strong. Or we might say, it seems reasonable only in some cases, that we go through a lot of suffering and we emerge stronger after life. But a child is born and is ill or starving and dies. How did that child become stronger? Through that suffering. He died. And animals in the world suffer all the time. All in nature is full of suffering. How are they becoming stronger by that suffering? So there's a limitation to that. It's called character building theory. It's a very limited kind of theory that doesn't explain most of suffering in the world.
Which is your favorite or
Right. So I will see two. One is the one which Professor Herman also suggests, the theory of karma, causality. Everything is cause and effect in this world. Actions have consequences. Causes will have effects. So whatever we see happening in this world around us is a result of past karma. My own karma, everybody else's karma, the community's karma, all of that comes to fruition in front of me. And what do we do with this? What we do with this is that what we are doing now, what I'm thinking, saying, doing, is generating future karma. So if what I am now is the result of my past karma, what I will be in the future will be the result of my present karma. You should interpret it not in a fatalistic way. This is all my karma, what do I do? No, it should be interpreted in a positive way. So this is one theory, the law of karma. The ultimate theory which I like, Sri Ramakrishna was once asked the same question, why is this world happening in the world? He gave 3 levels of answers. First level, he said, it's God is doing this, we can't understand. That seems like too oversimplistic. It just might be true. There might be things which are beyond, literally beyond our understanding. It should be that God is good, God is loving, and yet permits all this suffering. Maybe, but for what reason we cannot understand. It could be one answer. The person who asked him this question was not satisfied. He again asked, no, why is there so much suffering? The second answer which Sri Ramakrishna gave was, this is the Leela, the play of God. Again, the person was now outraged. He said, play of God, but it is death for us. It's his or her play. It's death for us. Third answer Sri Ramakrishna gave, and that's my favorite answer. For that, there's no reply. There's no comeback to that. It's death for us. Sri Ramakrishna said, but who are you? How is that an answer? If we investigate who I am, then I come to a realization that I'm one with God. In my own divine nature, there's actually no suffering. The one who is suffering and the one who has created this entire display, they're one and the same. If I ask in my dream or nightmare, why am I suffering? The answer would be that this is a dream, it's a nightmare. Wake up, you'll see it's all right. So that answer, which is my favorite, is when put it in one word, it's Maya. So karma, Leela, Maya, take your pick.
So my first question is that in Hollywood and especially in the media, there's the constant facing of rejection and temptation, which prompts many of us to create a superficial facade. How would you say that the teachings of Vedanta can help us come back to our natural self?
Yes. As long as we are dependent on something external, on the other for fulfillment, suffering is inevitable. Because the other is constantly changing. Other means the world, people, events in the world, our own bodies, our own minds, they're constantly changing, and they're all limited. It's not the fault of the world that the world cannot satisfy us. The world is limited. It's not designed to give you infinite satisfaction. The real problem is we do not know who or what we are. Fulfillment is within. It's not outside. As long as we are dependent on other people for satisfaction, what happens is we want them to behave in a certain way. We have certain expectations of them. That's my mind. Most of it is something that's a layer I put on that other person. I project onto that other person. It's not really the other person's fault. And even what I know truly about that other person, even if I like it about that other person is also changing and evolving. As a body, they're aging. As a mind, they're hopefully becoming more mature. Very soon, the person you love or you like so much is going to be quite different from what you know. So anything that you depend on from outside is bound to prove disappointing in the end, right? And what Hollywood does is it can only dress up the world outside in a certain way to make it attractive. And when we want that, it sort of hooks something in our mind and makes us think that that would be very nice. How do we struggle to get happiness from the world outside? We first try to rearrange the world. The job should be like this. Where I stay should be like this. Then we begin to see that is not satisfactory. Then we try to rearrange other people. They're even more difficult. Like they should behave in this way with me. Impossible. We can't change ourselves. How do you expect to change other people? Then we become more mature and we say, we must change ourselves. That's a much more mature way of trying to be happy. We change our behavior, our thinking. Spirituality starts there. It's a change in the subjective. And then finally, beyond trying to change anything, we come to realize what's already there, the reality as it is. Not things, not people, not even the body mind. There's an underlying spiritual reality. We begin to notice that, and then from that comes deep happiness and peace.
Wow. Thank you. My second question is, Swami Vivekananda in his early days was also agnostic, which prompted his spiritual quest. For the millennials who rely on various spiritual and scientific theories and question the existence of a supreme power or supreme being, what would you say in regards to that?
I think agnosticism, skepticism is great. Just really good. I have seen people, genuine spiritual seekers who come. Many of them, they come with an agnostic attitude. You see, what's the problem of believing from the very beginning? If you are a dedicated spiritual seeker and you have deep bhakti, devotion, faith, you are one of those rare, fortunate few. Most people believe in a sort of mechanical way, in a sort of non-committal, non-serious way. In general, people believe in God. My parents believe in God. People in the community have some kind of religious faith. I also have some kind of religious faith, which means that person is not really interested. The moment you become seriously interested as a spiritual seeker, then the first thing that will happen is doubt. Is this real? Does God really exist? Does meditation actually lead anywhere? So these agnostic, these skeptical questions will come. I've seen many people, especially young people coming to Vedanta. They start off as agnostics or even skeptics, but they're attracted because here we are not saying that you have to come with a belief. You're not forcing people to believe in something. You exist. We are asking people to look into your own existence, and we are providing a methodical, structured, a rational way of inquiry into our own existence. None of this really requires belief. Neither the path of self-inquiry in Vedanta, nor the path of yogic meditation, nor the path of selfless action. All of these clearly, they are reasonable. They are supported by findings in positive psychology at least. And they are all immediately beneficial. You can see the benefit. It's only the path of devotion, bhakti, that you need to begin with belief from the very beginning, from the very start. So a healthy dose of skepticism is good. It brings it combined with spiritual seeking. So it brings you to spiritual life. It brings you to Vedanta, to spiritual inquiry. Another way in which skepticism is helpful is, as you said, in this day and age, there's a supermarket of spirituality available to you. Just about every spiritual path, you'll have Books have been published. Books and books have been published. There are teachers giving talks on YouTube, on on the internet. Classes are being held online nowadays. Some are really genuine. Some are sort of middling. Some are not so good at all. Now, how does one distinguish in this, surfeit, this surplus? How does one distinguish what's real, what's really genuine, what's valuable? There, I think skepticism is helpful. A healthy dose of rationality. If somebody teaches me something, I would like to know, what tradition are you teaching from? What are the texts? I'd like to see those for myself. I would like to know, what is the proof of it? Show me people in your tradition who were highly spiritual, enlightened, or who led exemplary lives, so that this kind of teaching actually works. Some might say that, no, there's no text. I came upon it myself. Maybe true, but then that's not very trustworthy. Explain to me the logic behind it. So this is in Vedanta, it's called Shruti, Yukti, Anubhuti. Shruti means the textual tradition. So there must be some background to what this particular master is saying, or a background to what a particular book is talking about. It can't be just suddenly appearing all by itself. That's not a very good sign in spiritual life. If you can show me a long ancient tradition in which a lot of people have become spiritual, advanced spiritually in that particular path. Is it the path of Advaita? Is it the path of Vishishtadvaita, Dvaita? Is it a old established school of Buddhism, of a particular Christian church which goes back to ancient times, which has a whole body of literature? So that's called Shruti. There must be something. It's not suddenly a fly-by-night operator, like a Ponzi scheme or something. That's not a good sign at all. Second is Yukti. It must be reasonable. I should be able to ask questions. There should be answers. Are you able to face questions from people like Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens? Do you have solid answers to those skeptical questions? It must be solidly reasonable. Then third is experience. What experience can you point to? That maybe I don't have it right now. In some paths, it might be that you do these practices, then you will get these experiences. It will come in your life. Religion, Swami Vivekananda said, religion is not belief. Religion is realization. So these three things are very useful for a spiritual seeker. Shruti, that is a textual tradition. Yukti, reasoning, rationality. And Anubhuti, experience.
My last but not least question is that a lot of countries in the West are so-called, quote-unquote, advancing by making drugs like weed and marijuana legal. And so the youth are depending on it to find happiness, to find peace, at least what they think is happiness and peace. Can you tell us why that is not the path to eternal bliss and what actually is?
Yes. From our perspective, we are beings of spirit, of consciousness. We are awareness. We are not matter. Matter, this physical world, even our bodies, is what appears to us in our awareness. So the whole question is, are you a body with consciousness, or are you consciousness with a body? Now, if I am consciousness with a body, then to become dependent on something that influences the body, in order to find my own peace or happiness, I depend on weed, I mean, I see what you're driving at. I see it all the time. Every time I step outside the ashram, if I step outside at 6 o'clock, in the park, there are people high on marijuana. They are all having spiritual experiences, quote unquote. Yeah. So it's by very definition making my happiness dependent on a substance. And when there is this entire terrible history, recent history, especially in the United States and other countries in the world, of what drug abuse can actually do to people, then I think it's a very dangerous proposition.